Hello everyone, good evening and happy, what day is it? Wednesday, yes that one. Welcome to Laurence Plays, where it's time for some more Dyson Sphere program. And things are going, oh my, nope, my phone is making chirping noises at me, but I can safely ignore that. So, what are we doing today? Well, last week I was building up some of these little, what I'm going to carry on calling towns, because that's the sort of the Factorio term for this, or at least the term I use in Factorio for it, where you've got a little self-contained system that's pulling in some resources, and then making making a product of some sort and then shipping that back out again, all on a logistics system. In Factorio that would be done with trains. In Dyson Sphere program it's done with the logistics robots or logistics spacecraft, whatever these things are called, and the logistics towers. And this is, yeah, working nicely. Over here we've got the little one over here which is producing the blue science. That's the what's name. And then over here we've got another one that's doing the same sort of general idea, but with making green circuits, because these are needed in quite a few places. So I thought it made sense to start making them all together in one place and then shipping them out to wherever they're needed. And this is going well. We've got, actually, as I say, it's going well. We are ripping through the copper here, but in particular, the iron seems to be coming in nice and quickly. Probably because it's only being dug up here, so they don't exactly have a long way to fly it, which is slightly ridiculous. But will make more sense when we start to have slightly bigger systems with stuff coming in from further away. The copper is coming in from a bit further away, so we've got a little bit of a shortage of. Well, we haven't got a shortage of it as such. Because we've got like 4,000 in here, but it needs a bit more topping up before it's going to get to maximum. Hey Peter, welcome and enjoy your actually having some electricity. Hey Metbar and GGG, welcome to the stream, all of you, and I hope you enjoy it. So yeah, this is interestingly this system is only just keeping up with demand. As you can see here, we've got this number is going up, so it's hit 1,000 now, and it is gradually creeping upwards. So I'm not going to worry. And is gradually going upwards, so I'm not going to worry about it too much for now, but I'm going to try and remember to come back and take another look at it and see if it has increased a bit further. This one over here, we've hit the maximums on all of this. I thought here we've got the iron and the copper ore coming in. We're not shipping out the blue science very quickly, because we are doing some science at the moment, but it's going to be limited by the yellow science rate for now. And so, yeah, we've managed to fill up all of these to the arbitrary maximum numbers that I've set. I mean, I could lower this one. I could mess around with them for ages and it wouldn't, and yeah, but there's not much point. One of the other things I was thinking I should probably do is start painting the iron and the copper in here, which actually gets back to what I was saying here about there being a bit of a not quite enough of it. So what the paint in Dyson Sphere program, for anyone who hasn't been watching, who's just joined and doesn't know the game, the paint is something you bring in, and you use these spray booths. That's my robot. Next to the robot. Yes, there you go. Point to it. Yes, these spray booths to spray the paint onto the resources as they go through. And then, as you see, as they come through, they go from being plain boxes to boxes with these little arrows on them. And that means when they get fed into a machine, okay, lights. We can then, when it gets fed into a machine,
you have reached the ability to warp.
I found some
when
box
you're out
text.
of the planetary gravitational range, you can use the caps lock key to turn on the warp. Each time you turn it on, it will consume a great amount of energy and an additional space warper. If you want to travel freely between the stars, you need to prepare sufficient energy and space warpers.
Warpers, eh? Okay, go away. Right. So if I want to fly interstellar, I need to make a thing called a space warper. Sure. Anyway, what I was trying to say before I was so rudely interrupted is that if you paint the iron ore in this case, when it goes into the machine here, you get these little arrows next to it up here that you can see, and then you can choose between having either extra products or production speed up. And if you choose extra products, then it's like putting productivity modules in Factorio. You'll get slightly each time something gets built, this blue bar will grow, and when the blue bar gets all the way round, you'll get a free item, so you get an extra 20%. Alternatively, you can speed it up, in which case the whole machine runs faster, and you get more out over time, but it doesn't save on any of the input resources. So I want it to be on the extra products one, because I think getting free stuff is always nice. So I'm doing that on the way in here, and I think, to be honest, I should be doing it on the way in over here. So do I have any more paint booths? That's a chemical plant, Laurence. Yes, I've got one more. Okay. So I think first things first, or second things, whatever number I've got to at this point, I'm going to fly over and I'm going to get some more paint booths. I'm then thinking that maybe it's time to start speeding up all of my belts to tier 2 belts, but I don't know if that's really necessary yet, because there are loads of tricks you can use to make things run faster. No, spray booth is over here. There it is. Take some of those. I'll probably need to come back here in about 30 seconds time anyway. Ooh, started Angel Bob's run. Nice. I mean, I haven't played Angel Bob's for a good 2.5 years now, I think. But yeah, it is a it is an interesting challenge, and it's a lot of fun. And yeah, I'm sure you're going to enjoy it. But it is also definitely a lot. And there were a few times when I was playing through it where I didn't rage quit. I would like to say I would like it to be known that I did not rage quit, but I did just look at something and go, oh, for goodness sake, I can't be bothered with that right now, and decide I'd just come back to it a bit later, which isn't the same as rage quitting. It's just sort of, if anything, it's frustration quitting, or just what the hell are you expecting me to do there quitting. So I did a bit of that. But yeah, one of the advantages I found of playing on stream that I learned when I was doing the my original space exploration run is when you're streaming, you've kind of committed yourself to playing for an amount of time, and so if you drop the tree down. There we go. If you kind of can't stop in the middle, it just because something's got difficult. So it was quite good for me from that point of view, because it kept me actually playing the game rather than just going, oh, for goodness sake. Let's use one of these. They're a bit weird, but I think that's the right shape for this. The alternative would be to put in a splitter stacked on top of another stacker, but that seems a little silly. So instead, well, oops, I did want belts for that. We'll have this come out of here like that, then go up so we can go across the top of this belt. And actually we'll stay high, because I'm going to then want to feed it into the paintomatrons over here. Let's try and get straight lines, just because it looks nicer. Go straight through that one, and then into that one. There we go. Right, so now that brings the paint along here. It'll be fed into these painting machines here, and then we'll get that productivity boost I was talking about, which is lovely. Yeah, Dyson Sphere program it's nice, and it looks weird that those boxes just all disappear straight into there, but sure, it's fine. Yeah, Dyson Sphere program. I feel it's not quite as deep as Factorio, but it is very pretty, and I am definitely enjoying playing it. And I have to admit, I've now got to the point where I occasionally get confused and use Dyson Sphere program keyboard shortcuts in Factorio as opposed to the other way around, which is what I was doing before. And so that's clearly a sign that I'm getting quite into the game. I think it is. Oh, there we go. That's up to 3,500 now. So that's increasing really quickly. So yeah, very happy with that. Okay, so that's done the sort of the initial here are a few things I want to tweak stages. I think the next thing I'm going to do is going to be another town, and this one is going to be for red science. So now I think there is potential to extend this quite a lot further. I don't think I'm using all of the throughput here, so I reckon I can put this one in fairly close without it being a serious problem, and I can run another belt up here to make the next science, which is red science, isn't it? Yes, red science, and that requires carbon and hydrogen. Okay, that's not too bad. I think I know how I'm going to do this. Carbon I could probably just do by bringing coal straight in. That seems like a good way of doing that. Just processing it into excitable graphite on site. The hydrogen is going to be brought in directly as hydrogen as well. I can then paint all of that and then make some red science. Okay, nice. So we'll do that. That I think should be fairly straightforward. I think doing this one is going to be a bit more complicated because there are quite a lot of things that go into those titanium crystals. Titanium crystals require, as you can see here, they require titanium. That's not too bad. And also these crystals require plastic and oil, and plastic requires oil and carbon. So we're going to need to bring in carbon and, well, coal to make into carbon, and oil to make into plastic and to use as refined oil, and titanium, and then We also need the diamonds, but that comes from coal as well. So actually, there's only 3 things to bring in. That's not too bad. Yes, I am going to plan to paint in the middle this time. Yes, because yeah, we're starting to get onto more expensive stuff. So I think having more and more and more productivity in there is going to be a good thing. And yes, I shall try not to make the same mistake twice. Try. Emphasis on try. I seem to have run out of logistics towers, which is a bit of a shame. I'm going to recharge. I'm going to recharge my robot before I go anywhere though, because his batteries are running a little bit low. So yes, I need to get another one of these. I'm going to use a big one because I don't really. I mean, oh, actually, I don't need to because there's paint right here, and if I'm working here, then I can split it off here again. Then there is actually another side to that splitter, so I can loop it off the back, which will look a bit weird, but who cares? Spaghetti, eh? Everyone likes a spaghetti. So yeah, for this one, it's just there's only 2 inputs and 1 output, so I could actually use a small logistics tower for this. I don't have one of those either, but you know, they're slightly cheaper to make. I don't know if there's actually an advantage to using the small ones, or I should just put it. I think actually, given that I read on the internet that you can't upgrade small ones to big ones, I think I'm just going to use the big ones absolutely everywhere in case I realise later that I've made a colossal mistake and regret everything. Come on, charge up faster. We've got loads of power on this planet, haven't we? So it's just that I'm not using enough things to charge me. Yeah, I've got another 3 of these somewhere on this planet. I should keep my eye out and try and spot them. That's enough. I'm bored of waiting. There we go. Right. So let's go and get some towers. Just the big ones specifically. Those ones are nonsense. So yeah, then we're going to be able to replace all of these with just another output from a tower, which is going to be lovely and easy. And the other advantage of this is that we're going to be pulling a lot of the resource demand off the bus. Yeah, let's just use the big ones. So we're going to have a lot less flowing down the bus, which means the bus is much like it tends to happen in Factorio for me. We're going to find that the bus turns into essentially just a system for gathering, just for producing buildings and things. So are you the final output? Yes, you are. Right, okay. Well, I don't need as many of these anymore because those were all being used for one of the science packs. So let's get rid of that and that, and then that and that. Because that's not being. I don't need anything like as much of that anymore. And then let's see if we can squidge in a transportation tower in here. We can't because it's too bloomin' large. Or is it? Oh, there is a space there where it needs foundation support. Okay, so we can do a little bit more foundation here, and then it'll fit. Maybe I'll get rid of that pylon. Well, actually, I don't need to because it was okay. So put that there, that there. Let's just fill in this whole area. There we go. Now, if I get myself out of the way, I can put in a big tower there like that. Then, coming straight out of here, I suspect I am fairly soon going to run out of. Oh, this needs to actually have a thing. I want you to be doing refined oil, and I want you to be doing hydrogen. I don't want to fill that all the way up because that's a crazy amount. Let's fill it up to 1,000. Let's fill this one up to 1,000 as well. Right, there we go. So sensible numbers for now to start with. I also want to set the priority on this one to that way, because at the moment I don't need that much extra oil. I don't need the refined oil anywhere, so I'm happy for this to fill up slowly. I am probably going to have to build up a another oil refinery somewhere at some point, I think. But for now, we'll see how this gets on. And in order to sort of symmetricalize the demand a little bit, let's come along here and I've run out of splitters, goodness sake. Okay, let's do the traditional fly along the bus and grab a bit of everything. So let's have a look. I've got loads of belts already, I know that, so I won't grab any belts just yet. How many assembly machines do I have and need? I've got 50 of them. Okay, that's probably alright. What's happening here? Ooh, inserters. 129 of those. That'll do for now, I think. Let's take a few more since it's just there's only 22 in the machine, so I can grab those. I thought I was putting them in a box. Maybe not. Over here, how many smelt? I've got loads of smelteries. Splitters, that's the other thing I needed. Right. Where was I? Bonk. Now, the downside of 3D games is where do you put your camera? But, no, not you. You go on top of there like that. Right, so what I'm going to do here, this is going to be some crazy, crazy spaghetti, as is traditional. I've done this before, but this time there's actually sort of a bit more of a reason for it. So if I cut that there, I can then go, you come across this way, then go up again to here, and then go into the back of here. You come out of... Oh, I'm going to get rid of a couple of these. This is where we get some ridiculous spaghetti going on, but I want that to join onto there. And I want this to come out and... What am I connected to? What height am I at? No, it's not high enough. Up again. What? No. Up. Up. No. Ah, goodness sake. What I want to do is take a belt out from the upper output of this. So from here. Oh, okay, it's doing it now. And then come over this way, but not so high up, thank you. Oh, I can't put this in the right place. Oh, there we go. I think. Yes. So come out. Actually, just come out as that yay far. Then come down. Come over this way. Down as you can, but not that far. To there. Then down to here, and that'll allow it to go straight into the back of here, into the side of here as well. There we go. So that's feeding the hydrogen in at a decent rate. And I think the fact that I'm putting a load on the hydrogen system means we might be able to produce the refined oil a bit faster. I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm going to have to come back and think very, very hard about how all of this works at some point in the future when I when I actually need something. But we've got a nice flow of hydrogen going in here now, so that's filling up. Oh, I didn't bring any more little robot-y things around with me. I should have got some of them. So we'll be able to use that. Oh, here are the extra power poles. Let's grab those. Bonk, bonk, boink. Now let's try and finish that sentence. So yeah, put some extra little robots in here, and then this should have hopefully a decent flow of hydrogen going into it, which is going to be enough to make all of those, all that juicy red science that I want. So let's get some robots and put them in here, because there's going to be a lot of oil being taken to places. So I might as well put it in there. Put them in there. So over here somewhere, robots, you guys. 215. That seems like an excessive number, but sure, why not? Let's try and put them in here. How many can you put in one of these things? 100. Okay, that's a number. I'm reasonably happy with that. Right, so that is now capable of supplying oil. I believe I already have coal on the supply system from because I think I'm supplying coal through logistics to all kinds of other places that need it at the moment. So that's going to already be alright. So that means I can come back over here, touchdown, and put in a large thing, which is also going to require must construct additional foundations. Okay, sure, no problem. Bump, 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 bump. That'll be fine. Be more than fine. It's more than enough. Let's line it up with this one just because that's sort of nice. But I'll put it all the way over here because I don't want it to be too. I don't want it to be too close. I mean, the game will let me put them slightly closer than that, but I don't want them to be too close. Right. So now we go and we're looking here. So we want to bring in coal and we want to bring in hydrogen. So you are to summon coal. You are to summon hydrogen. We're doing a. I didn't program the other one properly. No, yes, I did. Local demand. I don't need 500. Let's start with 500. See how it goes. And let's give this one some bots as well. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so there is coal available. They just we need to pull coal in rather than having bots that will bring it out. So that's fine. This works like that. Min low. No point in them coming in if they're not full. Right. Yeah, that looks good. So now we're getting. Yeah, the hydrogen has arrived. The coal is on its way. Great. Now we can just start actually making stuff. So let's have a look at the inputs to this. So it takes two carbons and 2 hydrogens and 6 seconds to make one of these things. It takes 2 seconds to make 1 carbon out of 2 coals. So I'm going to need to have 2 machines making coal for every one that, 2 machines making energetic graphite for every one that's making the science pack. Because 6 seconds. Oh no, sorry, 2 seconds. Yeah. So I'm going to need 1.5 machines. So 3 of the. No, each one of these can make. So I'm going to need for each one of these can supply 2.5 of these machines. So 1.5. Dear me, I know what I'm trying to say. I'm just having trouble getting the words out. Each one of the machines making this can supply 1.5 of the machines making this. Right. Okay. So that's fine. There's going to be plenty of room on a belt for all of that, I think. So I'll do this by belt. Run it back, run it out again, because that way I can paint it, which is good. We want to do the painting of the everythings. And then hydrogen just comes in. It doesn't matter because it's being supplied straight from the straight from this machine. Okay. So we'll have a belt, funnily enough, coming out of here like this, and then going over this way and heading off yonder like so. We'll then have, what is it? It was assembly machines that turn it to do this. No, it's a smelting facility. Okay, that's fine. I've got those two. In buildings, of course. Smeltomatron. Oh, that's my replicator. Smelting facilities. These things. So put in these along here like this. Like so. And as I say, we can have for every one of these, we can have 1.5 of the science machines. So let's get rid of that anyway. Let's bring in another belt along here. So this is the belt that goes the other way, obviously, because it's a belt that's going the other way. I make sense to myself sometimes, I promise. I can come out like that, and then we'll need another belt coming out of here with the hydrogen on it, which comes along here next to this one. Then we're going to paint all of these. So we'll put in the painter machines in there, and I hate it, there. Oh, actually, they're not all lined up. Let's do that again, but better. And in fact, let's put that one on the outgoing belt as well. Just it looks better that way. So put one there, and one there. Right, there we go. We can feed the paint from over there in straight through these, and we've got all that done. I mean, I could also, if I preferred, I could have this pull in more paint by robot and then distribute it. But I think this should be absolutely sufficient. Then matrix towers, and we go bum 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 bum. 5, because that's what I have. So from the numbering I was doing earlier, each of these makes 1. Each of these produces enough for 1.5. So I'm therefore going to need for a stack of 5. I'm going to need 1.5, 3, 4. I'm going to actually need 4 of them, even though they, which is a little bit silly because there's going to be a little bit of wasted space in there. But I'm going to make this stack a bit higher as well. So let's put in the inserters anyway, like this. There we go. And then on the other side we'll have another belt in play coming along here to about here, and then going straight. What do you mean collide with another object? Don't be ridiculous. There we go, in there like that. Good. So that's everything. We just need to, I'll bring the paint over before I power things up and start things running, because that way we'll actually get everything painted. I'm going to want to make those stacks bigger. I'm fully aware of that. Come out like that, and oh, actually, sure. Let's go to there, and in there, and in both of those. Interesting. The paint machines will pull the paint in even if they're unpowered. Right. So there we go. That's reasonably straightforward. I'll put that there. And this is currently a sort of... It's what I normally refer to as a proof of concept, which is where I start to throw all the pieces in together, and then afterwards I'll go in and go, yes, this is working, now I can make it on a much larger scale. So here we can go, in the arc smelter I want to make energetic graphite and energetic graphite. In all of these I want to make red science. And then over here we need to say, we need to set up the filters, so you are to be filtered to coal, you are to be filtered to hydrogen, and then things should just magically start to work. Out comes the energetic graphite. There's only 2 machines in here, so I actually do need to copy these like so and so. I suspect, yeah. So the only slight downside of this sort of system is that this is going to end up being quite a lot longer. The machines making the carbon is going to be a much longer row than the machines making this. But what I can do is I could then potentially have another output of the coal coming out here, going up this way, and then make more coal on the other side and bring it over and join it in there somehow perhaps with a vertical splitter in over here somewhere or something like that. An output inserter would be a good idea here, like that. There we go. Are you programmed? No, you're not programmed to expect red. There we go. And yeah, sure, fill up to whatever. Actually, have I done that over here? And I've set that one to fill up to 4,000. Yeah, okay, a few thousand is probably a good number. 2,000 is probably sufficient. There we go. So, things are flowing. Resources are flowing. This is flowing relatively slowly. We've got enough in the middle here that it's starting to back up. Now, the next thing to do is to try and balance the speed of this with the speed we're getting over here. So here it takes... how long does it take to produce a blue science? It takes 3 seconds to produce a blue science. So basically I need twice as many of these machines as I have of these. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 15. So I need 30. However, these ones over here are I've deliberately set up the number in each stack to match the number of machines I've got feeding into it over here. So the rate that this machine can make the coils at matches the rate that this stack of machines uses the coils up. Over here, I don't have the same problem. It's just down to what will fit down a belt. So I can make this quite a bit taller. Now I might end up needing to do some stacking if I'm not careful, or possibly some belt upgrading. But yeah, it's probably going to be. We shall see. So, yes, as I say, I need to have 30 of these since I've got 15 of those. So, that's going to be a go back to base and try and find some more stuff. Let's charge up first, because I'm down to half battery power. And I've got the 6 lightning towers now, so this should be a bit quicker. Assuming I can get 6 of them into a space that I can stand in the middle of. I mean, that feels like it's going up a bit quicker. It's kind of hard to tell. How's the power consumption now? It's higher, but it's lower than it was then. That I think must have been charging up one of these towers or something like that. I'm not really sure. But power consumption seems to be basically okay. I can't remember if I'm actually making matrix towers off the bus. I think I must be, because I've used enough of them. There's no way I'd be making all of these by hand. That way lies madness. So let's go off and try and find where I'm making the matrix towers, and make sure I can get another 25 of them, because it's quite a lot, but I'm going to need them. No. Yeah, I thought it was quite late on that I started to actually make them automatically, if I'd done it at all. Here we go. All the way down here. Blimey. Well, that's 10. I need another 11. I need another 25. I guess that means it's time to put in a box over here for these as well. Basically, my plan is I'll come along and I'll put in a box to unload them into each time I start to go, oh, for goodness sake, and run out of things. So get rid of that for a moment. Oh, I've still got the box in my hand. That's convenient. Put that there. And then I need another power pylon in here, like that. There we go. And then one of these from there to there. It's going to be slow, but it's not like well, actually it's not going to be that slow because it's a fast inserter. It's not like I need an absolutely enormous quantity of these things. I mean, 30 is not an enormous quantity in this sort of game. 30 is just getting started. I build belts in batches of 1,500 at a time, essentially. So it was I had 15 of those. Yes, I need 30. So I need another. I need another 25, absolute minimum, of which I've got 11. So I need this to be at 14, and then I'll grab them and head off, and then think about it again when I try to do the next science pack. 12. Come on. 13. 14. Great success. Okay, so the other half of the maths is that I'm going to work. I need to. So if I've got 30 of these, then I need 20 machines producing the carbon because, as I said, it's 1 to 1.5, or 1.5 to 1 to 1.5. That's fine. I've got enough of those. The only potential problem is going to be with throughput. So let's. I don't even know how many that is. It's lots, though. I can tell that much just from down here. Then here we go. Do the same thing again, and we'll just do it until I run out of the matrix towers, I guess. Matrix labs. There we go. I've run out. That's a little uneven, and they're one of the stacks is not quite as big as the other ones, but I don't care. I do care about electricity though, apparently, so we'll put in another one of these over here to power all of my gubbinses. Right, there we go. All cooking with carbon. But of course, as will come as no surprise, we're now ripping through the carbon quite a lot faster than we're producing it. So that means I need a lot more of these. At the moment, I've got 4, which is some, but probably not going to be enough. No, not remotely going to be enough. So let's try and remember how to use the blueprints. In fact, let's put in another one first. We've got a nice round 5, and then I'll have 2 rows of 10 because I think that just feels like nice numbers. I sort of want to put the other row in along here actually. Anyway, so let's get the blueprint. Let's do a new blueprint. How do I? Oh, new. Not like that. Yeah, shut up. How do I new blueprint? I've forgotten already since last time I played. Is it? Not like that. Oh come on! It was this part of it was easy last time. I thought. Was there a button you pressed to go into blueprint mode? I think there might have been. New empty blueprint. This is where it saves. Can someone remind me what the button is to get into blueprint mode, please? Because I know it exists and I just can't remember what it was. There's blueprint there to get the blueprint menu up. But I want to create my new blueprint. That one I think is a blueprint. That's one I made by mistake. Control C because copy. Of course it is. Thank you very much. That should have been obvious, but for some reason it wasn't. All right, there we go. So take all of that. That's my new blueprint, shiny new blueprint. Boom. There we go. Let's save. Well, sure, save it as well. We'll call it. What is this? This is carbon from coal times 5. Yep. Control C is right. Thank you, Mark. And lysinolai. Thank you. You. Come here. I want another one of these here, like that. Oh, blueprint divided by tropic lines. Okay, that's a different reason for it to fail. All right, we'll put one in up here then, like that, and then we will have to go to the other. What? Too close to another power. Oh, fine. I don't care. Just place the rest of it down. There we go. Now I can then come along and do this bit like that, and this bit like that. Boom. And there we go. They're linked across. Now I probably should have put a couple more in here just for completeness sake, but I was feeling lazy, so I didn't. I then want to put in another 2 of these over here. I'll even try and line them up as best as I can. So we'll put one in here. And one in here. There we go. Yeah, Yes, I'm aware that building east-west is generally easier, but I'm slightly paranoid about running out of space. So I'm sort of I'm building. I thought I was reasonably close to the the equator. Where is the equator? The equator. Yeah. Oh, okay. No, the equator's about here. So I am building a chunk north of the equator at this point. All right. Never mind. But yeah, it might have been sensible to do that. There we go. Okay, so that should be enough carbon. So I think what I'm going to do is have another belt coming out of here to bring the coal out onto that one, like so. Lovely. And you are filled with coal. There we go. So that's going to be that should be enough coal. Then over here, I'm going to put in. I need to put in a splitter here somehow. And I need to get them... Right, okay, yeah, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to pick up that, and then I'm going to put in a splitter, like, if I put in one of these, like that... Can I put it there? No, I can't put it there. Then I can link this coming in at ground level like that, coming out at ground level like that, absolutely fine. And then from here, we can come out of here, across here, then up and go in there. Now this is going to be this appears to be full belts on both of those. So I'm going to fix this problem in inverted. Well, actually, no, it is going to be a problem. I shall fix this issue by putting in one of these, but for that I need to delete some of this first. Then I can put one of these, like it's that way around, isn't it? Yeah, it must be, surely. Like that. So now we get double stacks coming out of here. Excellent. And then we do the same over here. We pull up, bump, 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 and we put in another pile up matron. Like that. Now, what did I miss? How did I miss, rather? Like that. There we go. Okay. So now we have double high stacks coming out, going in there. We've got full double high stacks going through, which is great. That's what we like to see. Now, I think at this point we're probably not going to have enough hydrogen coming down here. That I think is going to be the hydrogen is clearly my limiting factor. So now I need to also stack the hydrogen. I've not really left enough room for this, but let's see if we can fit one in anyway. No, I'm not going to be able to. This belt is going to be in the way. I'm going to have to do something about that. Like make it go over the top of the stacker or something equally crazy. But first, I'm going to upgrade that. I think, did that go all the way inside? I can't tell from here. No, it didn't. There we go. I pressed shift that time, so I should have done it. And that means I can put in a stackomatron here, like that. Then I can link that to there and there. And then can link that to there, like that. There we go. I think. No, that hasn't worked. That to there. There we go. It's clipping a bit, but never mind. So there we go. That's got my hydrogen going out double stacked and double speed. So we've now got twice as much coming out to there. I just need to link this back up to over there. Probably by going up one. Oh nope, I can't go up and over, so we'll have to stay. Wait, maybe I can. I can go up and over, and then into there. Yes, perfect. Just nips up slightly over the top of that. Right, so we've now got double stacked carbon going along here, double stacked hydrogen going along here. So with any luck, that'll now be enough to satiate the voracious appetites of my science machines, and it does seem to be. And we now have an absolute flood of science coming out here. In fact, we have such an absolute flood that are these filling up? A little bit, yes. But we have a solid. Basically, we have a near enough solid belt coming out. So I think I'm pretty much happy with this. Yeah, there's a few in the bottom, piling up in the bottom one, but it's not actually. It is getting through them, I think, mostly. And we have a solid belt of them coming out. So that's basically what I was aiming for here. Okay, so that's now all of the red science we can eat, and in not very long that's going to stop. But in order to stop that stopping, if you know what I mean, I'm going to come back over here now and set, hopefully, yes, this machine, this tower here is. Oh, it's just doing paint at the moment. What's this one doing? That's just doing green circuits and blue science. I could get the red coming out of here as well and bring it over. Or I could go, well, I've got this tower right here. That's clearly what it's for. How many science packs are there? So there's 1, 2, 3. There's green. Where's purple? Where are there no? Why are there no purple sciences? I mean, we're not doing any. I've obviously run out of something because there should be purple and green, and then white. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 science packs. One of which I've already got coming in. 2, 3, 4. So yeah, I should probably. I was going to say I should probably have this one just bringing in another one of the science packs, but I kind of want to. I feel like this one actually should be mostly for stuff that's coming in to go onto the onto the bus rather than the science stuff. Yeah, probably better if we have. Well, let's have the red science come out of here. There we go. And I think 1,000 is probably enough. And we'll do a request on that, please. A demand on that, please. Demand, please, seems a little bit wrong, but never mind. And then we can have that come out of here and go onto this red belt, supply belt over here. So that means I should now, in theory, I should go off and cut off the supply of everything to the red science here, and get this to just to stop it. In fact, let's just delete these towers. There we go. Now the red science will flow through when we can finally get this up and working. So at that point, we can then link this one in as instead. Probably bring the. Yeah, I'll do whatever shenanigans with the belts is necessary. But for now, I'm going to go and find out why the purple science is not currently purpling. I've probably run out of something obvious or done something stupid. These are both equally relatively likely. Okay. Oh, I've not got any processors being made. That's interesting. I mean, I've got some, but not very many. Why is there such a shortage of processors? I mean, okay, we're making processors at a rate. This is something that's clearly crying out for being moved off onto a town, isn't it? Okay, so we've got, processors are being made, just not fast enough. So if I move this off to a town, I can have an easily expandable thing that's just making a bajillion processors. And in fact, that fits my usual pattern. The things you move off, you often move you move all processing off the bus to an extent. I've not really done that, except in that I've then gone straight into the other types of processors. But whatever. You then move making the circuits or green circuits off. Then you move making the next tier of circuits off, and the science packs off. So I'm kind of following my usual patterns. So yes, let's start making circuits in much, much larger quantities. One of the nice things about the way this game works is that I can then come in and replace this circuit production area with a logistics tower that's bringing in circuits. You can kind of do that in Factorio by putting in a railway station, or at least an input where where the previous things that were making that were. But because railway stations require, railways, it's often a bit fiddly and a bit logistical to do that. So so you tend not to quite so much. But with this, that should work quite nicely, and that way I don't have to worry too much about how else I'm feeding things through. Okay, so let's go off and make a yellow circuit. I mean processor. Assembly area. So I'm going to carry on over here, and I'm going to go past where I'm digging up iron, past where I'm making green circuits, and then I guess here. And my first thought was stick it in next to this one, which so about here. But then there's water, so I think probably putting it here, and then there's plenty of room because I think I'm more or less on the equator here. Although I have to admit I'm not quite sure. Yeah, looking at how the planet's turning, I think I'm more or less on the equator. So I'll head out this way with it. Yes, I'll have to build up across this this lake here, but I've got lots of foundation, and I think, yeah, I've got quite a lot of soil pile as well, so I think that'll probably be all right. So let's put in another logistical tower thing. Like, let's tuck it in here amongst these things. I can't put it quite in line with the other one, which makes me a little bit sad, but never mind. I'll put it here. So that's going to be my my logistics for this build. Now, what am I going to need for this apart from, you know, everything? So I'm making processors. That requires green circuits, which I can call in from the logistics network. That's handy. I mean, I could just bring them over on a belt since they're just there, but I think I want to bring them over on the logistics network because I want to be able to make copies of these things and just put them in random other places if I need to. I'm also going to need copper and silicon. Now, silicon is coming in from other planets in the form of this high purity silicon. So this has been smelted. Copper, on the other hand, we aren't shipping around in a smelted form, so I'm going to have to smelt that here. So this one, we're going to be bringing in green circuits, we are going to be bringing in copper ore, and we're going to be bringing in high purity silicon. Now, high purity silicon is going to be brought in from another planet, so we'll set that to remote supply, remote demand, sorry, and we'll say 5,000 of that because it's coming from a long way away, so the demand is going to be a little bit tricky. Pretty sure that's coming in from another planet. I don't know why I haven't got anything in. Oh, I know why. I need to put some spaceships in. I haven't put the spaceships in the other end, so I'll do that and that for now, just so I can just see these things working. We want local demand of that, and local demand of that. We're also going to be doing processors here, which is I can't find it. That one. And these we are going to be supplying. Let's bring these down a bit as well, because this is local stuff. We don't need more than 2,000 of either of these. So do that. There we go. That's fine now. I don't know why that hasn't started transport bringing in the silicon, because I'm pretty sure that's being brought in by the logistics spaceships from the other planet. So I don't know why that hasn't appeared here. I could set up local demand as well, and then maybe that'll bring it in from the other tower that's bringing it in from the other planet. But that seems wasteful. I don't want to actually do that. I don't, local store. I just want to store it locally, but I want to bring it in from remote. So I'm not sure why that's not working. I'll have to have a look into that in a moment. But otherwise, I then need to have all of the stuff that's going to be building. So let's have a look at the ratios. So each circuit takes in one circuit takes in 2 components every 3 seconds. So that's one and a half components. No, one component every second and a half. This makes 1 component every 2 seconds. So I mean that's almost on ratio. So if I put in the same number of machines doing each of those steps, and that'll be about right, close enough anyway. And from over here, I sort of noticed that you can put about 10 of these. How long do these things take to make? I don't know. How fast are belts? That's basically is the question I'm trying to ask at this point. A belt is 6 items per second, and we're producing 1 every 2 seconds, so we can get 12 of these machines on each belt. And if we're doing 12 of these, that means we're doing 6 per second, and that means that can do. It needs 2 every 3 seconds. So 6 per second is capable of providing 3 machines a second. So 9 machines. So I need 12 of these, 9 of these. But also we're going to need copper at a rate of 1 every 2 seconds per machine, which is 1 to 1 in 1. Okay. Let's do this a bit at a time and actually build the stuff. The other end, but I think the other end must be set up for supply, because here there is silicon. Is there not? Oh, maybe the other end has failed. I think it might be time for an expedition, and which would explain what. Yeah, it looks like my silicon supply has failed. Okay, I think it's time to go on a quick expedition off to the other planet and find out what's going on up there. So, let's charge up first. Yeah, let's go and have a look at the other planet, Alifa 3 or whatever it is. Let's go Alifa 2, Alifa 1, Alifa 3. It's still shooting out the, what do you call them? It's solar sails, which is nice. But yeah, it doesn't seem to be delivering silicon anymore. And it's a bit of a shame that I can't investigate that planet without going over there. It'd be nice to have a navigation satellite sort of equivalent, but never mind, can't have everything. So I get a bit of power in from these. Come on, charge faster. I suppose the idea is once you've got the warp core things or whatever they were called, it's at that point it becomes easier to go from one planet to another. So you stop carrying quite as much. There's a ship travelling, but that might be carrying titanium. It looks grey. I don't know whether that means it's carrying titanium or not. Okay, here we go. Off to space we go. Whoosh. That way. There we go. And then that button to accelerate all the way up to my maximum speed, which I think I've probably upgraded once or twice since I last did an interplanetary run. Yes, I can now do 50, 16, 18, 19. I can now go twice as fast as I could before. I can go 2,000 meters per second. So hopefully that'll make this a little bit more of a little bit less of a less long-winded process of flying over there. I've also still got lots of power in my batteries, so I'll be able to investigate a bit more. I'll be able to fly around a bit once I get here. This way? I mean, it's 50-50 whether I'm going around the planet in the correct direction or not, but I think I've got enough power to basically circumnavigate it. So what I suspect has happened is that the silicon vein I was mining has run out, and therefore I'm not getting any silicon shipped. In which case I'm going to need to set up another silicon mine, obviously. Yeah, pretty sure I went the wrong way around the planet. Here we go, here's everything over here. Right. Oh, no, we are still feeding it through. It's just a bit... Okay, so I think what it is my consumption of silicon has drastically increased. And so we've ripped through the buffer that was set up over time when we were... from when I initially set this up before I started using it. So rather than it being a problem, an inherent problem with the mine or anything like that, it's a processing problem. We're just not converting the silicon remotely fast enough. In fact, it doesn't help that. Oh no, I might have just broken that. Actually, it's possible. There we go. Let's bring some of that out of there as well. And in fact, you know what? Why is that belt further out from here than it needs to be? Get rid of that, and that, and that, and then just upgrade this, all of this a little bit. So, that and that. And while I'm here, I'm going to upgrade you and you. I don't think it's going to help, but I'm going to do it anyway, just because I've got the parts for it. And then let's have some. I said, and then let's have some more of these. Like that, and that. No, that isn't that, and power, of course. I don't know if I've got enough power on this planet for this. Now, I must have actually, because I've got a load of beam receivers, so we're probably fine. Yes, we've got 48 megawatts coming in, and we're using 15 of them, so that seems to be all right. Okay, so that's going to have at least tripled my supply, possibly sextupled the supply if that one actually wasn't hooked up at all before. We do seem to just about have enough coming out of the mine to keep up with that, but only just. But yes, we're now producing silicon a little bit quicker. But I think what I'm going to do is basically just copy this again. put down another row of these machines on the opposite this. In fact, so that means I'm going to want to put down a power pylon on the other side of there and rip up that one. Well, actually, there's no real need for that. Put down another mining drill. Like that. And then another belt out of that coming this way. Round. Actually. How much space do these things take? Put that there. Bunk. Yeah, then we can bring the belt in along here. Belt out along here. And then just feed in there like that. I'm running out of bot power, that's fine, I'll deal with that in a moment. Do that and that. No, it's the wrong way. Up it. Try that again, like that. There we go. Now I can copy this several times over, and also then recharge my robot because it's starting to complain. It's complaining quite a lot. Okay. So that's again another. Oh, it's another quite almost doubling, except I've not put in any. Oh, I've now used up all of the power available on the planet by trying to charge my robot. By the looks of it, is that the case? Pretty much. Oh, and that mine over there needs power as well. That's fine. Can do that. I have got the two areas linked. I have not got the two areas linked. That's foolish. Let's go and do that while I wait for things to improve a little bit. So we'll go off the end of here. Need that and that. There we go. Now that's linked the two power grids. So hopefully now if I come back over here, I should be able to charge up without upsetting everything quite so much. Okay. So now we've got a nice flow coming in. I might have overdone it slightly here, but I'll put in another mining drill and maybe I could put some double stackers along here as well. And to be honest, I should probably have more of these silicon veins mined and then some local bots bringing things around. But I didn't bring any local bots for because that's just because, well, I didn't. So yes, I definitely need more silicon ore. Let's get this charged up first. But then actually while it's going, let's put that in. Where can I actually put you? You're getting 6 from there. That's not too bad. Okay, so what I'm going to do from this? Yes, I'm going to give it power. That's fine. It's a given. Let's put that there, and then as is becoming fairly standard, I'm going to put in doublers all the way along here. Like, please tell me I've still got some stackers. Yes, I've got 2. I kind of wanted 3, but I guess I'll have to make do with 2. If I planned ahead slightly better, then I'd be alright, but I don't. Yeep. That's real shenanigans. Put another one of them in there as well, because then I can do that. Then I can pull up this like that and put in a splitter in here, and that will merge these two, and then we'll have twice as much going down the belts, and we should no, not that one. Oh, for goodness sake. That goes in there, that goes in there, that comes out there. There we go. Job's a mediocre one. Yes, that is double stacked. Excellent. I should probably also be painting it along here, but I don't have the paint. I don't have a supply of paint here, and yeah, I'm just not gonna. I think that's going a little bit too far. I could, I suppose, be shipping all of this back to my main, to the labs on my main planet, but that seems to be. I feel like that's going a little bit far. Ooh, what I could do though, this is if I get rid of that, and then put my pylon back in, because I'm going to need power here anyway, like that. There we go. That is covering everything. I can then bring a belt out of here, along here, up one. No, not that far. Then from here down. What? From here across and down. If I feed that into the side of, come on. If you just feed, I just want to feed that into the side of here. Who's that? From there down to. Why is it started building on the ground level? Start from there. Come down to ground level like that. Good. Go across to there. Yes, there we go. And join onto there. Right. So there we go. Now any gaps in this belt will be topped up by this one, but we'll still be using this miner by priority. There we go. And that's gonna bring about enough through. I reckon that this should now be producing quite a lot more. And if we look in here, we can see that this is now, we actually have some stock in here. So I think it's solved this problem in a somewhat hacksy way. But it is still a solution, so I'm sort of happy with it. Right, okay. So how's titanium while we're thinking about it? The titanium is absolutely fine, apparently. It's just the silicon that is a bit of a fail. So if I'm gonna next time, if it's just all been claimed, we're producing silicon at a rate. Next time I come out here, I need to bring an enormous quantity of these little robots, and then set up some more silicon mines just scattered around. And the problem is I'm doing this on-site smelting, which means everything has to be brought to here in order to be smelted to be put into here. But let's leave this running and find out if this sort of allows things to catch up and get there. I suppose is the capacity of a one of these things 400 these days? Yes, it is. So if this gets to 800, no, it's not going to. We're producing it at a faster rate now, but as soon as this gets to 800, a second ship will be dispatched to come and grab the other 400 of this. So I'm not convinced this is fast enough, but I'm not convinced there's anything I can really do about it at the moment. I think I'm going to need to come out here again with lots of the little logistics robots, set up a massive mining smeltery array around here somewhere, and just get everything being done. All the smelting being done around here, but not worry quite so much about where the mining is happening, and just bring all of the ore in and just dump it straight into the tower. And I think we'll see how that goes. Yeah, you see, oh, actually, that's oh no, yeah, it says as soon as that gets to 800, boom, it immediately requests another one. So, but still, we've got to the point where things are kind of working. We've got silicon flowing again, at least at a bit of a rate. So I'm going to head back to the other planet, and then next time I talk about coming out here, remind me to bring lots of the other robots, because I clearly need them. Right, where is the planet? Oh, it's that way. It's completely the opposite side of the the opposite side of the world from where I'm trying to go. No, don't land. At least this isn't like space exploration where it takes you a massive quantity of fuel in order to take off. You can take off basically for free. Leave it 2 that way. Speed, please. So the logistics vessels are flying out there now. We'll see whether this causes a general increase or a general not insufficient decrease. I word good me. Over time, and see how things go. But I think, I'm pretty sure I'm going to need a lot more silicon than I have coming in at the moment. So we'll, burn that bridge when we come to it, as they say. And I'm vaguely aware that it's probably only me who says that. Bonk. I sort of wanted to try and land in a sensible, useful place, but then I couldn't see any sensible, useful places, so I just sort of panicked and crashed. Right, where am I? Okay, I'm at completely the opposite end of the world from where I wanted to be. Fine. Well, let's get some more little robot dudes. That you guys. There we go. And then next time I head out there, I've got the smelting systems somewhere. Got the smelteries. Yeah, I've got 41 of them. All right, let's get some more smelteries. That way. Go that way. More. Yeah, and see how we get on. But for now I'm back down here on Alifa 2. Let's have another look at the systems over here that I started to build, and see if we've actually got things starting to be supplied now. So yes, we've got one of those spaceships came here, so we've got 400. Now maybe the reason we ran out of these actually wasn't due to the thing I had making them. Maybe it was partly, at least partly, due to the amount of silicon that was coming in. I think it's probably going to be only a partly, if anything, though. You've got a few purples coming through now. Yeah, we're still very short of silicon over here, though. So there are still problems, but never mind. Okay, so you are going to be feeding out firstly copper, because that's the start at the very beginning. It's a very good place to start. So we'll come out. We'll go. Let's do the copper smelting over here. Let's do the robot charging as well, because that seems like a good idea. This flying between planets lark is really energy intensive. Okay, so we've got a belt going out that way. That's going to be the copper smelting. So we'll put in a smeltertron. That's that one. We'll start right up here in the corner, because I'm going to paint stuff on the way out of here rather than. Actually, no, I don't know where I'm going to paint stuff. Let's go a bit further out, so I've got room to do the painting. So we'll put one in there, and then we can have a belt coming back in along here. We can have a belt coming back in along here like this. Loop round, head back out again. And so this is going to have copper on it. You can use the hydrogen fuel cells in the armor, but it's a thing you have to pay for, whereas the electricity coming out of these things is just free. So the batteries last long enough that I only have to recharge whenever I hop between planets, or then other than when planet hopping, there's quite a long time between charges. So I think I might as well just do it like that. Do it like this. So that's making me my red. No, what am I making? I'm making these. That's what I'm making. So I've got the green circuits coming in. I've now got copper. I've got silicon coming in here as well. So that means I can now. Presumably it's an assembly machine, isn't it, to make the next step? Yes, it is. So we put in an assembly machine. We don't put it here. We put it here because I need to run the silicon up the gap as well. If I left enough, yeah, I'll be fine. So I want to then have another belt coming out of here, across like that. Boom, up here like this. Then coming back out like this. This will be with the silicon on it. Loops round. Back up again. We have the green circuits as well coming out there, and then it's just another one of these to make the processors. So you are going to make processors. You are going to make electronic components. That's not an electronic component. Stop it. Ah, right. You are going to make electronics components. That's that one. You are going to make copper. That one. There. Done. Now, obviously, I need to put the inserters on. I need to copy and paste it a bajillion times. But this is the basic. The basic idea is coming along nicely here. So let's put in the inserters first. Oh, and another belt to bring the completed ones out as well, of course. And that's going to have to come around here and in there. I was going to say I haven't left enough room to put in the stackers, but that's not true. I can use a little bit more green belt and just stackers across here. That'll be fine. I'm going to need to get a lot more stackers, of course. I'm going to need power. So No, I mean I haven't really left it room for power poles in here in the middle of the build, which is a little bit foolish. But never mind. I can put one here and one here, and then one here to link everything in. That'll do. I don't really like having power poles in the middle of between the machines like that. Especially not this one, because this is the one that's going to we're going to need the most of, I think. Let's check that. One every 2 seconds, so enough every 4 seconds, and this takes 3 seconds. Okay, no, actually that's the right place, because we're going to need most of this particular machine. Okay, so 6 per second. That means I can have 6 of these in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Didn't leave room for the power poles. Oh, maybe I did actually, because maybe that's going to be sufficient, having one there. Not quite, goodness sake. What if I put one there? That might do. Yeah, there we go. That's actually worked. Look at that, yeah, right on the edge there. Okay, so 6 of those. That's going to mean we're going to have a full belt coming in, a full belt going out. If I want to have any more than that, then I need to start stacking things. Now, I could have an additional 6 of these, and then a belt coming down over the top of here, and then going into a splitter here to stacking and stuff and shenanigans. And I think I probably will, but not just yet. Or I could treat this as a single module, or I could actually upgrade all of the belts. In fact, maybe I should do that. Just upgrade all of these belts to green belts. I don't have enough green belts for that at the moment, though. I don't think. I don't seem to have any green belts. I'm running quite... Oh no, I've got 21 of them. Yeah. So, yes. So we're going to have 6 copper per second coming in here. Is that right? Because, yeah, each of the coppers is what? Yeah, 1 per. There's 1 per. The belts carry 6 per second. So, and we've got 6 machines running off it. So we're producing 6. So we've got 6, and it's 1 to 1 in one. So that's 6 copper per second coming along here. So these machines in the middle are going to be using 1 copper per second and 2 silicon per second. So I'll need to stack the silicon, but that's fine. And that's every 2 seconds that they use that. So I need 12 of these machines. 2, 3, 4, 5. Go away. And then I'll extend this belt a bit. And this one a bit. And then have another one of those. That's 6. So that's half of them. Yeah, we've run out of power. I know. Worry about that in a minute. So now I want to then... Oh, no, I should have extended this one as well. So I've missed out a belt. I've missed out an inserter, but that's okay. I can fix that. Hopefully, there we go. Yes, we'll put that from there to there. Okay, so that's halfway. I now need to. I'm now going to head out over this way. Put down some more foundations. I've got a bit more space to play with. No, that one. Bloop, 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 bloop. There we go, that's probably enough. Then we can come along here, we can go, I would like to copy, ooh, that's bright, all of that. No, more than that. I would like to copy all of that, plus, use now. I'd like to put that down here. Don't care if it collides with another object, that's absolutely fine. Spray, 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 spray. All of this stuff goes down. Nice. So that's now going to be producing a, well, it would if there wasn't a suspicious gap in the middle of it. That's now going to be producing a full yellow belt of electronic components. So round here, what can you do with a full yellow belt of electronic components? Oh, but I do need to stack. I need to stack the silicon. So let's do that while I think of it. So we'll put in a cut here. We'll put in an upgrade here. And then do I have another stacker? I bet I don't. That was something I've forgotten, isn't it? Yeah, I don't have another stacker. I used my last ones out on the other planet. Okay, but never mind. We'll worry about that in a moment. I just want to carry on building at the moment. So then these ones. These use 2 every 3 seconds, so that's 1.5 per second. No, 1 every 1.5 seconds. Couldn't say, Laurence, get it right. And I've got 6 per second coming through, so that means I can have 9 machines along here doing this job. Why don't you have an exerter? There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, then power. Let's extend this. It doesn't. I don't think it does. It's not going to need to go quite this far, but you know, I'd rather have too many belts than not enough. 2 across, yeah, 2 across. Like that. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. I said 9. So 5, 6, 7. Can't put it there because I've run out of ground. Let's put down some more ground. Blorp. 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 Oh, missed a bit. Blorp. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And leave a gap. Oh, I'll put in a power pole here just because I think. Oh, no, I don't need to yet. 7. 8, 9. And we still need a bit more power. That's not a problem. I can put another one of those in here and here. Right, I think that is all now balanced perfectly. Now, actually, my other question is how what do these require again? So it's 2 of each. Okay, so that is perfectly balanced as all things should be. So we're going to be absolutely fine with just a yellow belt feeding out here. Now, if I wanted to speed this up, there's a couple of options. One is going to be to make just another copy of this and put it in here, feed it with more belts coming out of here, and that'll be absolutely fine. Could do that. That would mean we use 4 belts for this one, we use 4 belts for the next one, and that would be 8 out of the 12. So we could do this 3 times over, and it'd be fine. I could alternatively, I could stack all of the ingredients higher, so I could make sure I could find a way to get a 4 stack onto the silicon, I think this is, silicon belt, and get that stacked higher, and double stack all the rest, and then just simply double the number of all of this going off into the distance. What I'll probably do is do both of those in that order. So firstly, I'll put in a second and a third set of all of this, running off all of the other outputs from this thing, and then as it gets more, and then as that starts to get a little silly, I'll then start to speed these up and make them longer as well. So that's, yeah, so there's plenty of room in there for expansion. The other thing to do, which I'm sure you're all waiting for very excitedly, is put in paint on all of these. So paint that one, paint that one, paint that one. Why is it alternating which way round they are? That's ridiculous. Do it again, but not so wrong. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's all of it actually. Those are all the inputs. So we can run a belt straight through the middle of there. Now at this point, I have the choice of either pulling off this belt over here and feeding it right the way through over to here, which is probably, to be honest, going to be the easiest way to do it. Alternatively, I could tell this system to also request paint, and there is a spare slot in here, so I could do that, but I don't think I want to, because as I was saying earlier, when I want to increase the throughput of this system, I'm going to want to put in more. I'm going to want to use up all of the little doors on it, all of the outputs and input-output ports, in order to get 3 sets of whatever I build up and running. So I think in the interest of future-proofing, let's come over here. What I'm going to do, we'll see if this actually works. I think it should. Is nip that. Then put down one of these like that, and another one on top of it. Nope, they're too high. Damn it. I was hoping that I'd have a splitter at 1 level up. That's not the case. So I guess what I'll do instead is get the splitter out again, and use one of these sort of splitters like that, and then delete a bit more of this. This is a bit ridiculous. We've brought it in at high up in order to bring it out at low down, but never mind. Brought it all the way over on a bridge in order to then drop it down in order to go into the splitter because it wouldn't let me stack things the way I wanted to. But never mind. So this can now be brought all the way over here, dead straight line. Alternatively, the entire user and everything is getting in the way. I can't see what I'm doing. Right. Let's try it again. So from there, over here like this, but higher up, like that. Bots go crazy, building it all up for me. It's actually not in line with where I want it to be. I'm one square out because of course I am, but then I can just go through all the middle of all of those. And there we go. Everything's ready. And here comes the paint. Excellent. Okay, so now I just need that stacker in here, and then I can finish this off. I'm going to try going this way around the planet because I suspect I've probably come far enough that it's less than 180 degrees to get to the end of the bus where the stackers are being made. I could be wrong. I probably should have checked. Fly. Keep flying. There we go. Did I leave my charge? I left my charging towers all the way over there. That's annoying. Alright, maybe I should be using the hydrogen fuel cells so I don't have to worry about charging towers. Right, what we've got here. Those are science labs. These are stackers. That's what I wanted. 11 of them. Let's put these in a box as well because I am getting through quite a lot of them. It's occurred to me I haven't put any limit on this. I've made rather a lot of those. Let's make 100. Oops. And same here. Let's limit that to 2 stacks. Oops. I just have to make sure I now don't come over here and grab all of these in one go. So will I use 100, 200, 300, 400, 500? Yeah, probably. I might use 600 more of these at some point in the game. We shall see. Have I got many painters? No, I've got down to 2. Let's take some more of those while I'm here. Guns I don't need. Power dishes I don't think I need. Let's take some more of these little robots because I always seem to need lots of them. Oh well, I've now made enough science facilities to last me for the rest of the game then. The fact that I did all that the bus just did that without causing any problems that I've noticed does suggest though that my bus is now sufficiently resilient to be able to build. The fact that I can build all of that means it doesn't really matter that I've got an excess of them. So yeah, I'll not worry about it too much. Where am I? Here I am. Right. Where am I charging things, or did I pick them up and I just didn't notice? I did pick them up and I didn't notice. Okay. Well, I'd have felt very silly if I'd ended up walking back because I didn't have any power. Because I did have charging poles, but yeah. I thought I probably wouldn't have abandoned them because I'm usually quite good about picking them up, but I'm also aware that I'm also quite good at forgetting things, so I didn't want to assume. Stack up there. And take that belt, from there into there. And from there out to here. Right. Now I can say I want copper ore to be coming out of here. I want silicon to be coming out of here. And I want green circuits to be coming out here. There's the button. Green circuits coming out here. Yeah, I know research speed's too slow. I don't care. Well, I do care, but I can't do anything about it right now. Right, so we give this a moment or two to sort of get up to pace, and then we should find that we've got solid belts of everything. How much of a gap is there on that? There's very small gaps. That looks like a pretty full belt. This has not had a chance to get up to speed yet, so I'm okay with that not being full. Yeah, because you've got the usual thing where new products go along here, and then all the machines will snatch up as much as they can to fill their own internal buffer. So you see, this one's got 6 of the. It's picked up 6 of the silicons, it's picked up. So it's gone up to 3 of these. So it's enough to run 3 times apparently. So yeah, it takes a little while for all the buffers to fill up, but then once they do, everything should start running nice and quick. We should get a nice steady stream of. We should get a solid belt coming through of these, or unless I've misnumbered it. Is there an inserter missing? Oh yeah. Is that the inserter that was missing, or is there more of them that I haven't noticed? That would explain why there didn't seem to be enough. Is that? I hope that's the one you spotted anyway. All right, so this isn't quite a full belt yet, but we'll give it a moment, see if it does, see if it sort of happies up a little bit. Because it looks like all the machines seem to be. Why have you've got a yellow blob on you? You're not happy. You haven't got a silicon input, that's why. I don't know how. I mean, I thought I just copied and pasted everything along here, but there's clearly some sort of shenaniganery going on in there that meant things didn't work out quite right. Because in fact, oh no, they've all got no. Huh? Oh, we've run out of silicon already. Okay. Well, it was nice while it lasted. So we had that blurge of silicon that just flew out of here, and we've got none being brought in. So I think I need to go back out to the other planet and set up a proper silicon siliconing facility. But okay, I can do that. That's not a problem. So what have we got? How are we doing here? I mean, this system seems to have worked. We've got some of these. We've got a load of these circuits through. We've produced 243 or 4, 5 of them. That's not bad for a general lack of stuff. So yeah, okay, we'll call that good. Then I'll head back over to the other planet now that I've got the little towers, because I might as well just use little towers on the other planet. There's no point in using more of the big ones, really. I'll get some little towers. I've got some iron ore for some reason. Let's. Oh, that was not what I meant to click on. That was what I meant to click on, and that. What's this? Oh, that's my space warper. Okay. Right. So I'm going to get some of the small logistics towers. I've got lots of the logistic bots. I've got 200 of them. That's more than you can fit in a single tower anyway. So I'll fly over there with those. Have I got lots of mining drills? I've got 3. I'll get some more mining drills, and I'll go over there and start using that. I've got lots of smelters, that's fine. I'm running a bit low on belts, so I'll get some more of those. I'm running very low on sorter 2s anyway, so I'll get some more of those, because I've basically started just using sorter 2s instead of sorter 1s, because they are pretty cheap. I should probably start using belt 2s instead of belt 1s at some point fairly soon as well. So yeah, I need belts, I need mining drills, I need small logistics towers. Is it 12 smelters, is it? Oh yeah, you're right. It takes 2 seconds to produce 1. Yeah, well spotted. Thank you. But yeah, I've got like 108 of them, so that's several rows. And I think I'm going to want certainly 3. Let's go for 3 rows to start with. So we'll just pour them 3 rows straight out the side of one logistics tower, through the smelting array into the other one. So I'm going to need 36 smelters for that, which I've got clearly far more than. So I need a lot more, not a lot more with belts. I'm going to need a lot more mining drills to actually produce the resources for that. I've got some of those. I don't know if I'll even need them. Yeah, I think that's everything I need. Let's go and let's pick up these towers before I fly off without them. There we go. Not that I can use all 6 of them on any other planet, but you know, I might as well grab them all. Right, over here I need belts. That's you. That was 1600. Okay, well I've got 1600 now. Your assembly machines, I don't need you. Your inserters, I do need you. Why are you not feeding out into a box? Because there isn't room. I don't think I need those anymore, so let's get rid of. Let's do that. No, what? No. Let's do what I mean. Whether it's what I say or not, let's do what I mean. let's do that. And then in here we'll increase the storage capacity by a couple of nudges. So we can now fill this one up with green belts, a green inserter. So I can come over and grab those in a little while when I need them. Mining drills. That was that mining drills? It was, yes. That was what I needed. And logistics towers. That's you guys. How many was that? 10. Okay, that's plenty. I've got lots of little robots. I've got enough of those, I think. Have I got a lot of pylons? Yes, I've got loads of pylons. But that's good because I'm going to be running power around large areas of the planet. So I'm going to need quite a lot of those. I don't know why I've got a load of solar cells in my inventory. I'll ditch those when I get over there as well because that's just nonsense. In fact, a lot of this ore is awful to carry. Sorry. Not sorry, actually, but, you know, I can pretend. Let's put this into here. And this in as well. That's iron. Where does iron go? Probably into belts. Did I just put it in the box? I didn't just put it in the box. Put it into there. And there. Silicon goes into all these machines that I don't have any of quite where I want right here. So I can't get rid of that right now. Oops. We can get rid of that. We'll get rid of that on the other planet. The rest, I don't care. My inventory's not too much of a problem at the moment. It's a little bit of a mess, but it doesn't really matter. Oh, these coils, these magnets, can these put into here? Yes, they can. Not that I'm particularly using the coils for anything at the moment, so the magnets just won't go anywhere. But sure. Okay, that's everything. I haven't forgotten anything from the list I was talking about earlier. Oh, I was going to get some more inserters actually, because I've only got like 50. So I've said I'm going to use 36 of those, 36 smelters. So that's 72 inserters. I've got enough for that. I don't need inserters for splitters or stackers or anything like that. I've only got 7 splitters. That's probably enough. But let's get some more splitters anyway, just because. And then I should call it good and head off to the other planet. What's that? Those boxes. Come on, where are splitters? I want logistics bots that'll bring stuff to me. Oh, there we go. There they are. Yeah, I want to have my inventory automatically supplied with all the stuff I need. Right, Alifa 3, where are you? Probably need more miners, you reckon? I've got how many have I got? I've got 14. Yeah, all right. 14 isn't a huge number. Okay, I'll take another 10. Why not? Never let it be said I don't listen to chat. Which way am I going? Where's my arrows? That way. Okay. Blast off. Whoosh. Go that way. That way. That way. More speed. Speed. Okay, so going out twice to this planet in the well, actually in very, very quick succession because I just didn't plan very well. I mean, that's probably not going to surprise any of you that I failed a little bit at planning, but at least it's now relatively easy to fly out here, and it's a bit further than it was the last time I went out, but at least it's doesn't take too long to fly between the two planets, especially now that I can do 2,000 meters per second. It'd be nice if I could do that on planet. Actually, no, I'd just go too fast and run into something, and it'd be a bit silly. Oh, okay. That's interesting to hear. I haven't updated or I haven't tried updating. I don't know. I don't know whether I'm actually linked specifically to whether it's locked to a specific version, like I often have with Factorio, because I don't want to get unexpected upgrades, or whether there's a reasonable chance I'm going to get that upgrade at some point. Right, this time I'm going to look at the map and try and work out which way I need to go. I'm almost exactly on the opposite side of the planet, of course. So, but this way is slightly quicker though, so we'll go this way. Oh, actually, here's a thought. Let's look for silicon veins like this one that are quite close to the and that one, and not that one, that are quite close to the toupee. I do feel like I feel like this this belt that goes around near the top of the planet. It feels sort of toupee-esque. It's or hairline rather, but then there's nothing above it, so it's just marking out sort of how bald the planet is. Okay, we've got another silicon vein down there, but these ones aren't anywhere near any power, which makes them a little bit more annoying to deal with. So I'll probably go for the ones that are close to power first. So let's go for that one and that one. Let's just head over the top of the planet. These gunshots over the horizon are kind of cool, I have to admit. Copper, iron, silicon. Sneeze. All the 4 elements: copper, iron, silicon, and sneeze. Right, so I need a mining drill, or 3. Maybe 4. So okay, that's going to get all of those. That's pretty good. But if I do it a little bit like that, yeah, okay, it's going to get all of those. That's pretty good. Now I want to make sure I cover all of the patches, all of the veins in this patch. That's pretty good as well. Then over here I'll have one that gets those, and then here we'll get those. There we go. So that's between the 4 of them. All of the veins are claimed, so this patch will get entirely used up. Then it's just a case of dropping in a tower like that, belting them all together like this. Doopy doopy doo. Let's go in there, because then this one can come round here like this. Ah, the joys of building near a pole. Look at the shape of the grid here. Then over here we come from. Yeah, I know my core energy is running out. I promise I'll get some more in a minute. And over here and in there. Right. So that's now you're going to be accepting silicon ore. You're going to be supplying it. Right. There we go. Multiple stacks of the same item. When you say logistics slots, do you mean for summoning stuff to be brought from your storage network to yourself, like the logistics bots in Factorio, or is that, or do you mean in these towers you can hold enormous quantities of, well, everything in here. Yeah, there's another pylon in the way. There we go. Okay, so there we go. That's now running nicely. We've got decent supplies coming out. It's not quite a full belt out of any of them, but it's enough, and that's filling up at a rate at least. So it's not huge, but it'll do. So I'm happy with that one. I'll do the same thing. There was another one just over the horizon, but I'll wait for my power to recharge first, and then go glomping over there to get that one. There it is, just over that way. I can see it. 1.4 million, that's a pretty good result. This is 1.5 million, even better. So there's some decent sized patches here. So this is going to run for a very, very long time before we start to have any issues whatsoever. Which is exactly what we want, of course. Okay, that's enough power. I'm bored waiting. I have a stream to entertain, don't you know? Alright, so there's another one over here. This again is nice and close to power. So we can touch down here, put down some power cables this time. And this time I'll do this first instead of afterwards, because I'm here and approaching from this direction, so I kind of might as well. But I won't put the next one down until I've planned where I'm going to put my drills, because I want to, yeah, as before, I want to try and cover all of the veins, so I just know that it's going to be that between them they're going to be getting all possible resources available. There we go. So 7 off that one. That's not bad. Another 7 there. Yeah, I can't quite get these ones over here. Oh, 2, 6. Sure, why not? And I'll put a 4th drill in, like 9. That's pretty good. Get all of that. Okay, so again, power for everything. And as of before, we put in one of these. And exactly as before, we then go nuts with the belts, linking it all up. So come out of there and into, yeah, just go into there, that's fine. I don't really care exactly what where I don't care about particularly about belt neatness. Just, I mean, I know that's true in general, but even less so along here because even if I was trying to be a bit OCD about it, none of the belts aren't going to line up because I'm going across tropics lines anyway. So who cares? Why is it making stuttery noises? Oh, this isn't accepting anything. So you are to accept silicon ore. And you're supplying it, so that's good. Right, yeah, that's feeding in, Everything looks hunky-dory here. Excellent. Right, so that's 2. And 2 is probably going to be enough for now, said in questioning tone of voice. We'll see how far we get with 2. Where am I? I'm there. So yeah, I want to go that way. So we'll head over here, fly off this way, and then I can drop down and put in and build up my massive smelting array. So there is a spaceship coming in to pick up some probably silicon, because that seems to be the thing that I'm hungriest for. Now, if I come in over here, how much space have I got left on this tower? How efficient have I been being with my usage of it? So I've got this tower has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 slots available, but they're all in ridiculous places. So let's improve this a little bit. So coming out of here, and going that way, we want to have, what's this? This is that one. And I'll cut it there as well, and also there. There we go. Nice. I'll pick up that as well, and then okay. So what I want to, now I'm going to try and get rid of all of everything in here. I can't. This won't let me put the solar sails in the other side, which is a shame. So I'm going to presumably have to put them into. Can't put them on there. There's a drop on a belt button, isn't there? I'm not sure what it is. Is it Z? No. Is it? Oh right, yeah, I can do that. Nope, that's not what I meant to do. I can do it by clicking wildly here, and it'll get rid of 1 each time, which is not ideal when I've got 130 of them. Yeah, streamer mode where the robot charges much quicker would be very, very useful. Although I suppose if you want your stompy robot to charge quicker, then you just need to have a bigger power availability on your systems, and larger and more of the pylon-y jobbies that you carry around with you. Yeah. So in case it's not obvious, what I want to do here is have 3 belts just pouring straight out with all of the resources, and then 3 belts going in on another side with all of the actual resources. I don't think there's good. I mean, there are enough outputs on this thing, but I'm not sure it's realistically worth the hassle of doing all of that. However, if I move this one to going in over here, at least, then I've got enough room to just plug the 3 of them straight into the side of here, and I think that's going to be worth it from a neatness point of view. So I'll cut that there, get rid of that, then have some more belt coming from here to here, going 3D up. Can we up? No, there's another object in the way. Okay, so we'll go this way. Then round here. Oh, there's no actual. No, didn't want to do that. From there, have we got another up happening? I can't tell. No. Up again. And again. What? Okay. Straight over there. Then all the way down to ground. Like that. Oh dear. Spaghetti. Okay. So, for my next trick, I'm going to basically rip out lots and lots of these wind turbines across here. Okay, Peter. Well, thank you for joining. I hope you've enjoyed it. I think I've got all the stuff I need this time. But you know, I thought that I hadn't thought about it particularly last time. So I'm going to take out a load of these and start sketching out my 12 rows of 12 smeltomatrons. So we're going to have a belt coming along like let's start over here just because why not? Then we put in a smelter delta. It goes there. Then we need room for 2 belts before the next one. So there's one will go. Is that room for 2? No, it's not. That's room for 2 belts. And that's room for 2 belts again. So there we go. Those are our 3 rows of smelters. And we need belts going up the middle of here, like actually I should program these, shouldn't I? So you're going to be doing silicon ore. These are going to need to be double high stacks going in order to get a full belt coming out on the other side. Well, so that's okay, I can do that. I did bring some stackers because I actually planned ahead a little bit. So we now have here, well, belt going through there, belt going through there, through there, through there, and there. Yes, we're making this. Oh, yes, you're right. I've got the wrong recipe. Thank you. Yes, I thought yes, I want to smelt silicon, but no, I actually want to smelt I want to smelt silicon ore into silicon plates. That would be much more useful. There we go. Thank you for pointing that out. I was completely oblivious to that one. And then we're going boom, 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 like that. Simple-ish. Then, now, how far across will a pylon power? Okay, so I put them on the outsides. There will be enough there. Great. So now I think I want to blueprint this and then make 12 more of it. So copy that and use it now. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9. Need to get rid of a few more of these. I didn't need to get rid of quite that many of these, but never mind. 9, 10, 11, 12, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Welcome to Counting with Laurence. Yeah, all that time spent studying maths is very useful. Oh yeah, you're right. They're not. I'll fix that in a moment because that's. I was going to say that's really easy to fix. It's not as easy to fix as it should be, but it is fairly easy to fix. Pylon, like that, and then the same down the other side. Let's actually try and line them up for once. So that's 2 to there and there and there. They're still not powered everything, damn it. Alright, let's put one in there. Let's take these out. Try again. So I put that one, that was where I put it before and it didn't work. So what do I put it there? Does that work? No. Control Z doesn't. I thought that looked like it was covering the bit that I wanted it to cover, but apparently I guess not. Oh, there's a light on the thing that goes. There's a light on the inserter, but I can't see the light on the machine. But I guess I'll put one there. I'll just be sure and put one there, and then there. Still hasn't worked. For goodness sake. You wouldn't think that making sure everything has power would be the hardest part of this game, would you? You know what? I'll just put them in a bit more often than I think I need to then. Like this. Will that do? Are you happy now? No. How about now? Fine, I've had enough. It's just sod it, I'll fill up all the available space with the damn things. Okay, I'll put that in back in there. Okay, so oh yes, these gaps I need to fill in now. Yeah. Yeah, I was sort part of me expected to just be able to drag a thing. What? No. Work, stupid game. Right. There to there. There to there. There to there. Yeah, I was thinking Factorio. See, it's broken again. I was expecting to be able to just drag it all the way along, but of course that isn't a thing. It might actually be be easier to delete all these belts and just drop. Oh no, but then I'd probably lose all of the inserters as well, so it's probably not worth it. No, don't. What? No. Do the obviously sensible thing. Oh, okay. Maybe it might have been easier just to go along and just delete all the. No, just delete all the belts then. Oh well, never mind. I was gonna say I'm nearly there. I'm not nearly there. Oh yeah, you're right. They do stay. Yes, this is easier. Now I can do that one to there, that one to there, and that one to there, and we're done. Good. Next step is link up the output belts, which is the ones on the nearer side to me at the moment, over to here. So this can come across here and in here. This one comes across and in here. And this one comes across and in here. Lovely. And now we need a logistics tower out here somewhere that just passes. This is just going to chuck all of the ore out at these things and get the job done. So we'll put in. You could just go here, to be honest, can't it? It doesn't need to be a long way away. So now I get more belts out. I go from you to you, you to you, and you to you. There we go. Yes, that is all appears to be the right way around. And then we say, I want to summon in silicon ore. I want to demand it. I want to be very demanding on all 5,000. So, oh, and I also need a bajillion of these little bot dudes. Bot dudes, go. No, bot dudes more? Oh, you can only fit 50 in one of these. Okay. Well, 50 will probably be enough. Insert, input inserters. Oh, yeah, so they are. How? I made that one, and then I copy and pasted the rows. This game just doesn't work sometimes, I feel. I mean, you sort of expect, if you make a thing that works, and then copy and paste it a load of times, and then I use the same blueprint up at the end here. So why were those all missing? Oh yeah, minimum load 100%. Good point. Thank you. Right, well, there's like 2,000 on its way. It's still launching logistics bots as well, which is crazy. They're a little more popping out and going off in a little queue off to go and get some. And here they come with their important loads. So we can now drop them in. And I think there were enough logistics bots there that by the time the last one took off, they'd started coming back in again already. So that's quite satisfying. I need to set up the output filters on here. That's a thing to do. So you, that one, that one, that one. Right. Oh, and I forgot I was going to need to stack these. Oh no, there's not going to be room for stackers. Heck. And I've only got 12 of these belts as well, so I can't do enormously long. Okay, this is going to be a challenge. Oh, no, I still want that. Get rid of all of that, and all of that, and all of that. And clear up some space here, just... Okay, right, let's see if I can fit these in. So, we need... stackers. Where are my stackers? There are my stackers. Are these things you're allowed to put immediately adjacent to each other? Like that? They are, excellent. This might just work. Despite my forgetting... Oh no, this is in the way. I can't have a belt come out of here. Okay, you're going. Bye. So now, down here, I can get out my very, very valuable green belts. Do that, and that's an output belt, so I can't go onto that one. But that's that. Building it like that is okay. Out from there into there, and out from there into... I've run out. Damn it! I didn't. I thought I was going to have enough. I didn't. I've got 2 pieces left, so I can do this one, but I've run out. I have not unlocked the stacking them in the logistics tower. That's really late game research to do that, unfortunately. Bunk. Okay, so anyway, I'm going to have to get rid of that. This is an input, so but it's this one's input. So I then need to take a yellow belt from there to there. One from here to... Oh! No, take that back. This one goes to here. Are those no longer greens coming... Oh! No, you have to be a green coming out of it or the system doesn't work. There we go. Except that one there isn't to be that. That's actually to come over here, and oh, we're going to have the same problem where it's going to pick that one up and delete it. Oh, rage. Try and squeeze this back in here. There we go. Don't lack of item me, you stupid. Yeah, so from there isn't a lack of item, really, if you think about it, because you don't need... I don't know how to get around that problem. I just need some more green belts. That's all there is to it. Do I have the resources with me to make them? Probably not. I need like 10 more of them. And that needs these things, which needs these things. Sod it. I'm just going to have to put up with using yellow belts for this. It's not... I mean, this isn't going to slow it down. It's just not going to speed it up the way I wanted it to. And yeah, sure, you do that. Oh, and then... Okay, one of these things is going to run at full speed. The other two are not, because I didn't bring enough green belts with me. What? Why are you sad? It's linking these stackers up is really annoying. There we go. Because you can't, they all fail, but you can't. They often break, but you can't see exactly why because you can't see inside them well enough. Okay, so this one should work at full speed. We should see if we come down here. We should see, yeah, it's making it all the way to the end. We're getting a full belt of silicon coming out here. These two, not quite so much. We're going to be getting half belt of silicons coming out. Yeah, I should have enough because I've got 6 green pieces of green belt left, but it apparently takes... I think it takes one more than it takes one more than setting it up takes one more than it actually needs. So I should be okay here, but I'm actually not. So I think it's 1 inside the machine, 1, 2, 3, 4, then 5, 6, and then you need a 7th one for it to clip onto, which you can then remove, like I've done here. But you don't. But you need it for the setup process. So, yeah. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to go back out and come back again. Although that said, I mean, we're going to have like 2 full belts worth of silicon coming through here, plus whatever's coming from here, and then a load, and then so over here. So we've got 2,300 in here. That's a lot more than we saw before. Hey, Persistent, it's going quite well, but it's also going slightly frustratingly because I came out here without enough green belts to set up all the stackers I wanted to set up. So, unless there aren't any over here, are there? That'd be far too helpful. No, then why would there be? Oh, what I could do actually. I pressed J to try and use the jetpack. Then that's not the right control. That's not the right game. Here's what I can do. Problem solved. Is I can delete that, delete a bit of that, and a bit of this. Then I can go. Actually, no. I needed those where they were. Never mind. But then I can put in another 2 over here, like this. Sure, why not? Let's have a gap between them. No, let's not. that. I could do that. Then if I, yeah, that's all yellow. Let's do this the quick and dirty way. So do that and then that comes out of no, that comes out of there and goes to where's the first? No, this one. Yes, this comes out of here and also goes to there. There we go. Now we should have double stacks going all the way down it. Then we do the same over here. We have this coming out to here. We have this coming out like that. And then we remove that random sticky outy bit there because it's not necessary. I'm also going to need the belts feeding out of the tower, of course. I can't forget those. Mustn't forget those at least. And I'll set the filters up. Boom, boom. And now, there we go. Now we've got double stacks on all of them. It's used more of the outputs from the tower, but I've managed to yeah, I managed to do that. So needed what on the outputs? Oh right, yes, you need to have green belts coming out of the stackers for them to stack happily, which is frustrating. But never mind. It's a frustration I'm aware of now, so I've sort of dealt with it. How are you doing for keep staying full? Not too bad. How about you? And we haven't got to the point where everything's satisfied. So all of the silicon that's going in there is getting claimed. As soon as it hits 2800. Oh, actually no. Now we have hit the point where actually everything is satisfied. Either because we've used up all of the spaceships, or because the things at the other end are actually now have enough silicon that they're going to stop complaining. So this seems to be okay, and the fact this number is, I was going to say the fact this number is still climbing. Yeah, this bar here is getting bigger. That's the important bit, because this number is the total amount in the tower. This is the amount that's been claimed by ships that are coming over to pick it up, and then that number there, the orange, is this orange, which is, you know, nice user interface design there. That works for me. I'm happy with that. And then this white bit here is the excess, the stuff that is in the tower but hasn't been claimed by any ship yet. So essentially, that's the resource that you have that is currently spare. And now we have twice as much available in the tower as we're actually demanding. So yeah, things are looking pretty good here. This number is still going up. This number is gradually going down. Now that could mean, as I say, it could be because all of the ships are currently in transit with carrying silicon, or it could mean that we've actually got enough. So when that one's arriving now, I suppose I should then drop back out of this mode and see if this goes up. So we're at 1200 demanded at the moment. But also the amount in the tower in total is going up, despite the fact there's ships coming along and grabbing it. So yeah, it's coming along nicely. Is it? Are we limited by power? No, we've got full power here. Oh, do you mean this one is limited by? Oh, this one's limited by drone charging power. That's true. However, we do have enough in here to keep the system flowing, and enough on its way over to fill the tower up completely. So I think that's okay. I am mining some silicon right here and processing it and dumping it into the tower. I decided, for reasons that, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure about, that I was going to smelt the silicon and the titanium on site here, and then ship them out in their ingot forms rather than in their ore forms. I don't really know why I've done that, but can I? Oh, okay. Let's do that then. Oh yeah, that's much better. Now the tower is actually charging. Excellent. Thank you. Good point. Good point, Mark. Completely forgot about that. I mean, it was okay, but it is now better. Yeah, so over here we've got the I do have a mine that's ripping up lots and lots of silicon from here. It's being smelted, admittedly not quite as quickly and efficiently as these ones over here, because this was custom designed to be the right ratios, whereas this is just linked up to some mine. So meh, see what happens. But yeah, we're pulling a decent whack of silicon out, and it's going. Yeah, now we've hit nearly 4,000 here. There's still okay. The amount in transit, the demands have gone back up again. So I think we are still filling up filling up buffers at the other end. Maybe when I go back over, if I can, I'll stick some more spaceships in the tower at the other end to come out and pick these up. But this is going well, I'd say. I mean, that number's going up. The amount available, this white bar is gradually getting bigger. So I think things are probably okay at the moment. Emphasis on probably. But then if it ever turns out they're not, I come back out here and put in another 3 rows of smelting, or maybe I just upgrade all of this to green belts all the way through, and maybe blue belts to try and load it onto the input here, and yeah, and then we'll be able to double. Well, actually, no, I'd have to put down twice as many of these things as well. So what I'd do if I wanted more of this is I'd put another 3 rows of silicon smelting across here, run another 3 belts back into the system over here, perhaps doing some stacking on the way through to allow me to fit 6 belts into 3 holes. But yeah, there is potential for upgrades here if and when I need it. So since I'm talking at the moment, rather than doing anything else, let's put down a charging system and get my robot charged back up again. So yeah, I think this is probably going to be okay. We've got hordes of little robots flying around, but let's see. Can I switch over to map mode? Can I look at these towers and see how much resource we've got in these? I can. 3,500, 3,400. Okay, and this one is at 4,800. So I'll have another look at those in a moment, see if they've gone down to 3.5, 4.8. Because the question is, are these mines capable of keeping up? And if they aren't, then I should probably put down another silicon mine before I go away. 3,300. Apparently they're not. Okay. 4,000. Still on 4,800, but I think there's more bots going to this one because it's slightly closer, perhaps. I don't know exactly how it decides which tower to send the robots to, but that is definitely dropping. So I think that's a sign that I need to build up another silicon mine before I go. So where's a good place to build a silicon mine? Now, what I was saying before was a good place is somewhere that's near to power. So this is a good one down here. Let's go down and put in another silicon mine here. I suppose what I could do is just feed. I could bring up belts from. This is so close. It feels like a waste to use a logistics tower. So let's just feed it by belt straight into the back of this one. It seems like a slightly silly way to do things, but that means that then. Oh, I'm on 80. Oh, I'm low power on the planet, am I? How can you tell? Oh, you gave me a specific number. I'm sort of curious as to where you got that number from. I fully believe you. I just don't know where you're looking. Oh yeah, I'm fairly close to full power consumption, but when I'm not charging the robot, it's basically okay. By the looks of it. So it's just the robot that puts things. Oh, the circle. Which circle? Where's the power circle? Is it? No, it's not that one. I mean, I know there is a. Oh, on the machines. Oh, okay, gotcha. Right. Let's stick in another set of mining drills here and see what that does to my power consumption and whether I need to worry about it, because I'm pretty convinced that it was just a problem because the robot was charging. And again, we'll try and get 4 mining drills in here. Yeah, there we go, like that, just like that. And most of them are almost on a straight orthogonal line. Right. So from here, okay, we're gonna obviously need power. Doom, 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 doom. There we go. And then belts, of course. Still got 1,000. That's going pretty well. So bring this one up here. Round the pylons, because apparently I put the pylons in exactly the wrong place. And I think there's only 2 slots. Yeah, only 2 slots being used here, so I'll feed in there. Okay, we'll go a little bit 3D here because I didn't plan ahead. That's the right place. We need to remove this generator tower, wind turbine. It's there. That one comes across here, goes up here and in there as well. Yeah, that's right. And then one out the bottom here, across here, and straight up and into, into the back of there. Right. Job's a reasonably good one. And then we'll walk over here, get this one in place. There we go. So we've got. Yeah, there we go. There's nice belt flowing on there, flowing there, and presumably we'll have flow around here in a minute. So this will help. This should help quite a bit. It'll boost up the amount in here. We can see. You can see you've got some silly numbers coming in now, as in not nice, neat, round numbers. So this will take off quite a lot of the load off the robot system. Now, if I reduce this, then it'll stop it being brought in from there. So that's probably pointless. Let's just keep that maximised. And I don't really care where the silicon comes from, as long as we have enough of it. Power is currently, yeah, that's okay. 45 out of 52. Yeah, we're fine there. I think it was just because I was standing in my little fairy circle over here that we were seeing some issues. But I do need to stand in the little fairy circle. So where's the circle on the machines? Presumably we should now we should be low power again. Yes, now we're trying to use 71 out of 50. No, I still don't see an obvious thing telling me how much power, or is it, yeah, how much power they've got available. Oh well, never mind. Right, so that is crazy amount of silicon being made. We've got this. Oh, here we go. This is now basically full, and we've only got 800 being demanded by the transit system. So yeah, that's good. The silicon has clearly caught up now. I think everything is going to be okay. So let's head back to the Alifa 2 once again. That one. High in the sky, lift up, flamey end down. Right, I feel like I'm being shot at. I mean, it's also I sort of am. Yeah, it definitely feels a little bit. I feel a little bit under threat. Okay, I've kind of forgotten what I was what I was doing all this for now. Oh yeah, it was I needed to I needed to get more silicon for making all those processes in order to make purple science. Which I need in order to finish this research that's going on up there in the top corner that I can't point at because you can't point at things when you're flying because your cursor becomes you start controlling how your bot's flying rather than where you're pointing a mouse cursor. Okay, so head back over. Not going flat out. Let's go flat out. Why am I not going flat out? Yeah, so we'll head back over. Get the production of the make sure the production of the processors is working as expected, and then have a look at the purple science again, and upgrade the purple science, upgrade the processors from being made on the bus to being made from the town, and that way we'll get a lot more of them through. So things should, yeah, that'll work a bit more nicely. Then I can potentially start thinking about yellow science. Yeah, it's only 10:15. I've got plenty of time left. So start thinking about making a yellow science facility as well. Oh, I've landed right in the middle. Was that a loading? That was a loading symbol that popped up on the screen on the planet as I was flying in towards it. Okay, that makes sense. Yes, thank you. Yeah, putting the drones inside the tower in order to choose to use them first makes a lot of sense. Okay, we've got full purple science now. We've got. Oh, have I not set up? I've not set up red science properly. I bet after making it on the Yeah. Oh, yeah. There we go. The red science has all gone from there. So I was going to start pulling it out of here, but I wanted it to go off the belt first. So, So let's take an output from here. Up. Now, I think I read somewhere that if you remove some of its belt like that, you can then sort of cheese the 3D. No, cheese the 3D thing slightly by then saying I want to build from there back down to the ground. Yeah, there we go. So I can make a very small bridge out of it like that, and then bring it over here. Like there we go. Join onto there. And you are to be, you've got those. You are to be outputting red science. Bloop. There we go. So that flows around there like in through here, through the painters, and then we can start doing science again. Oh, they're getting stacked as well. I forgot about that. Oh, yeah, they're getting stacked so they can be put into here a bit more quickly and efficiently. I remember. Not in order to get more onto the belt, because that would be silly, because it wouldn't help. Right, so science is underway again. There's a nice red spaceship and a green spaceship. There's so many different coloured little logistics drones flying around. How adorable. Right, okay, so we've got that pouring out of there. It's now being made over there. So let's go and check out the whatchamacallit. Yes, no, not that one. The next one. This one over here, where we're making the processors. So hopefully now we'll have a nice supply of silicon in here. Yes, we've got. Okay, there's 800 on its way in. This feels like, despite what I was saying earlier. Oh, it's because there aren't very many spaceships in here. So this only owns 2 spaceships. So they're having to work a bit hard, should we say? Oh, but now they'll go a bit faster. So great. Yeah, good.
You have unlocked the logistics carrier engine level 4. It allows the logistics vessel to warp, but they will consume 2 space warpers back and forth to transport cargo. So needs to make sure there are enough space warpers in the interstellar logistics station at any time.
Right, okay. So I can now, in theory, go interstellar with this thing, but it's going to get through a lot of space warpers, and I don't really know what a space warper is yet at this point. Oh, there we go. There's the thing. So you turn one of these things, gravitron lenses, into it, and that takes a diamond and a green tube, and a green tube is over here. Is a strange matter. Oh, so that's a deuterium and looks like iron, and the purple tube, which is a particle container. Jeez, that's quite a long chain of things. So these things are rather complicated. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to need them at some point fairly soon, I'm sure. But yeah, they're a bit complicated. So how are we doing here? So, oh, we've run out of silicon again. Basically, is the story here. So I need to go and get some more of the little spaceships and put them in there. So let's do that. And probably run out of battery power on the way over, so I'll have to have a stop and recharge when I pick up the spaceships. Yeah, I know. I'm pretty sure I've got to the point where it's quicker to fly this way around the planet than it is the other. I have to admit, I'm not actually certain of this though. Maybe not actually. Maybe I went the wrong way. Still, touchdown here. Spaceships are just over here. These ones, these bunnies. So we'll take, how many of that? 11. We've got 11. Yeah, 11 should be enough for that. I think I'd better recharge before I go back. 4 will do. Okay, so charge that back up. Does anyone around here want any of this nonsense I've got in my inventory? Probably not. Okay. Oh yeah, I did notice actually there were 2 recipes for it. Space warpers, yes, you can make it, or you can make it from green science. I haven't developed green science yet, but I probably will fairly soon. So I don't know what goes into that. I was sort of assuming that was going to be just as difficult, but yeah, I'll happily take your word for it that it isn't. I do need to make the gravitron lenses at some point for putting in all of my dishes to get me a bit more power out of, slightly more effective power delivery from the Dyson swarm. At the moment, I'm not using it. I'm only using about 2/3 of it, sometimes 3/4 of it by the looks of it, as this is drifting up at the moment. But I think that depends on exactly where the how many of these dishes are pointing at the swarm at any given time, because they sometimes lose track of it, even though there it is up in the sky, right there. But yeah, sometimes they can't see it. That'll do. Okay, let's go this way this time and see if it feels quicker. There's certainly more to look at when we go this way, because there's all of my bus, all of the things that are being made off the bus, off the general mall sort of thing. Yeah, I think this way is quite a lot quicker, actually. Okay, here we go. So you need a few more of the... Where are they? Nope, not those. These. There we go. So now they've got a total of 15. So now we can launch a lot more of them. And as you can see, this amount the expected amount is shooting up absolutely rapidly. So yeah, yes, that and that and okay. Let's put that up as well. Might as well. Right, so we now shouldn't have the problems with the silicon. Although I am going to increase that because we've seen the problems I've seen. I just want to max that out. Even if it does mean that I'm going to be hammering the silicon supply on the other planet for a little while, that's okay. Okay, so the silicon's coming out here quickly, being stacked up. That's working well. It's going down there. No wonder we're getting through quite so much of it, though. It takes 2 silicon ore to make a refined silicon. Then it takes 2 refined silicons and a copper in order to make a one of these. And then I think it takes 2 of those, doesn't it, in order to make is it 2 of those to make a processor? Yes, and then 2 of those. Yeah. So it takes 8 silicon ore to make 1 processor. 2 into that 4 in here. 8 silicon ores per processor, which seems like quite a lot, but we are now generating decent numbers of processors. We're getting close to 2,000 of them. Now, obviously, is when I go over there and put in another tower and start requesting them, those numbers are going to plummet very, very quickly. But we'll see if we've got enough being made to keep the system satisfied. I did think the space warpers looked rather expensive and rather difficult to build, given that you're going to be needing quite a lot of them in order to ship, well, everything, including yourself, around. Let's put the tower over here, and I'll use a little one, not just because there isn't any ground to put it on, but just because it seems cheaper. And then I'll have it unload straight onto this belt, so if we are ever short of them, we can still carry on using this machinery here to make more processors. But as long as there's plenty in the logistics tower, we don't need to. So transportation, small tower, goes there, boom, boom. Put some bots in it. Bots. And we shall request processor saws, and we should demand processors. It's not even a request, it's a full-on demand. And we'll get rid of a bit of this belt like that, and then we'll put some belt coming out of here to here like that. So now Owen will tell that to output processors, and I suppose we'll power it if you insist. I suppose you can have some power then. Right, there we go. Out come the bots. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Oh, in fact, here come some bots from the other one. Excellent, even better. Charging power, sure, have lots. Fully load your drones as well. Yes, sorry, Lysinalai, there we go. I can say your name, I promise. Yes, Lysinalai. That was what Morton on Twitch was telling me. That yes, you can make the warpers from Green Science, and it's a lot easier apparently, which makes a lot of sense given just how much effort it looks like they're going to be to, or how important they're going to be, how much of a requirement for them there's going to be. So there we go. We now have a full belt coming out of here. Boom, just like that. Isn't logistics grand? And now, yeah, sure, all of this is going to fill up, but and just backlog, but that's sort of okay, because I think, yeah, there's still other stuff that uses the electronic components from here, so I want them to carry on going out and being available for other stuff, but I want the main grunt of all of the processor demand to be taken by the big factory over on the other side of town. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Although that said, there's 7 machines making them here, and I think there's 9 making them in the other factory. So actually, it's not that much bigger than this, but it is a lot more expandable, and it's not pulling all of the resources off the bus. So I think it's better to have it over there, because you want to limit. You don't want to have so much stuff being demanded and pulled off the bus that everything else that's running off the bus then starts to struggle. So there we go. There you have it. That's that done. Now all of this has gone to sleep now because we're not doing any research. So let's pick an upgrade, because they tend to be difficult because they pull from everything. I don't care about that. Mass construction. All right. Let's have bigger blue. Oh, that's just blue. That's easy. That's just blue and red. All right. Let's do a few of these. Inventory capacities. No, that's just yellow as well. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll get some of these done. Universe exploration. That's purples. I'm not quite ready for that one yet, I don't think. We can rip through these because these are easy. These are blues and reds and stuff like that. This is, yeah, it's just blue for that one, and just circuits for that one. That's crazy. What do you sort of cargo stacking? I mean, that doesn't really get me anything useful because it's just the sort of Mark III, and I haven't started using those. Research speed. I mean, I could, but the research speed hasn't been an issue yet. Oh, vein utilization. Yeah, that's worth having. More worth having than any of these. How do I own in queue? Oh, like right click. Ah! Mass construction. Okay, thank you. But what I also actually wanted was this vein utilization down here. So we'll take that one, and that's going to use all of the different types of research. So that's a good one to get, and a good one to do for a bit of stress testing. And hell, let's take that one as well because it's going to be fun. Right. So now we should see. Okay, that one's using the yellows, but oh, stuck on a building. Okay. So now we've got yellow science being pulled through at a rate. It's at the moment we're probably using it. Yeah, we're using up the buffers in these machines at the moment. I think so. At the moment, this is trickling. It's all pouring out of this one. 3, 2, 1, and then here we'll get 10, 9, 8. So we're using up the buffer that's been built up inside all of these production machines, which is why we're quite capable of keeping the belt full at the moment. But as this progresses a bit further, you're going to find that these buffers will dry up, and we're not going to have enough left in the and then the machines will actually have to make them live and just to put them out onto the belt, and so we're going to start running into production rate issues at that point. So, I mean that has just about started to happen. Yeah, as you can see, we've got 8 of the machines are now working. But yeah, anyway, so that means I can then start thinking. The next thing to think about will be bringing all of this away, and the main input for this turned out to be, so we've got coal. Well, we've got carbon coming in, which is coal. We've got oil coming in, and we've got diamonds coming in, which is also coal. So is that only 2 inputs for this entire thing? Oh, and water. We need water as well, I think. Yes, we need water. So refined oil and carbon and another form of carbon. Oh, and we need titanium, which is sneaking in the back way. Right, okay, there we go. Yes, persistent. As Mark said, the loaders that you get with Crastorio don't work with trains. So, I mean, you could say we've considered it, but we had to reject the idea fairly quickly because it wouldn't work. Okay, my next question is, how are you getting on? You've got 1,000 oil in stock, and refined oil, and you've got 1,000 hydrogen. So, pretty well, I'd say. This seems to be okay. I might increase these, I think, because I'm going to start putting some demand on this fairly soon. So let's put these both up to 3,000. Now that we've seen that the system seems to be okay with me coming in and putting in arbitrary and capricious demands onto it, saying yes, I would actually like all of your hydrogen and all of your everything. So we're already putting out the in the lower one. Wait, what? Are you guys different? Yes, you are different. Okay, good. We are putting out the lower one. Yeah, we have a or at least I certainly, and I've sort of enforced it on everyone else because it's it's my channel, my game, and so on. So to stop me taking my ball and going home, as it were, I have a bit of a rule that is that I don't want to put in extra mods because something is a challenge. If it's a challenge, then you need to defeat that elsewise. It's just the way I feel that I like to play Factorio. So we haven't so we're not going to add in mini loaders just because it's difficult to get the stuff out of the trains as quickly as we would like to. And to be honest, stack inserters are pretty quick for unloading trains. It's more elsewhere when you're trying to get things out of the chests or out of the warehouses onto the belts that the loaders really come into their own. What am I doing? Where am I going? What am I thinking of at the moment? Right, so over here we've got this. Oh, this is the one that uses hydrogen. It's the next one that uses oil. So my science production over here seems to be absolutely fine. We've got a nice stream of. We've got plenty of blue science available. We've got plenty of red. If we look in the actual machines themselves, yes, loads of blue in that one, loads of red in that one. Yep, these are all fine. So now I think it's safe to start thinking about yellow. I mean, maybe I'm being a bit overly strict about with my banning of mini loaders. Maybe I should be a little more benevolent, a little bit more willing to try stuff like that, especially as we've basically got loaders, so it would only be just a slightly different variety of loader. But we've sort of got started now, so I think at this point we don't really want to change. At least, I think we probably don't. Mark might disagree. Who knows? We shall see. Okay, so next thing, yellow science. That's what I was going to do next, wasn't it? So yellow science, as I was saying, we need to bring in coal, we need to bring in refined oil, and we need to bring in titanium. And the titanium might as well just be brought straight from the other planet because, you know, why not? So let's whack in a big tower first and see if we can line it up with that one, at least more or less. I can't see exactly where it is. That's more or less lined up. Oh, there we go. What have I researched? Oh, an extra line of inventory capacity, more logistics capacity, logistics stack multiplier. What's a logistics stack multiplier? I don't know. Maybe we'll find out. Maybe we won't. Maybe somebody will know. Who knows? Right. So this is now going to be doing. This is going to be bringing in coal. It's going to be bringing in titanium, but from off planet. So we want local storage, local supply. Yes, local demand for this. So we want, let's bring in 2,000. Let's bring in from the remote demand. I want to bring in 5,000 because it's coming a long way, and we'll give it some spaceships so that it can get started on that. If I can find them, I had some. There they are. And the other thing was refined oil, which is that one. Local demand, and I would like 3,000 of that one as well, 2,000 of that one as well. So interestingly, none of the coal facilities have their own bots, which makes sense actually because they're mines, and I tend not to put things in on the mines. But that's fine. But the oil storage does, so that's quite interesting. We also need to plug it in, otherwise it's never going to work. Well, okay, we're going to get some oil in, but we're not going to get any of the other stuff. Look at that, the number they kept absolutely pouring in from the oil supply. And they're scattering as well, going off in different directions. That's interesting. Have at least 100 logistics drones in transit. Nice. So this one for the titanium, the only other place that's using titanium is there's only 2 places on this planet that are pulling in titanium, as far as I'm aware, and they're both pulling in from the other planet. So yeah, I think the other one would probably be more. Yeah, I suppose there's no reason. I don't know. Yeah, I could do local supply as well. Yeah, why not? Might as well. I don't want to be sending this off to other places from here though. If it's going from this planet, it can go from somewhere else on this planet. Right. So I've got these resources on their way. I've got these resources are now here, so that means I need to now actually do the hard part and think about actually converting them into, you know, the actual resource they're supposed to be turning into. This is really struggling to charge up. Are we short of power on this planet? Yes, we are. We're trying to pull in 400 megawatts, and we have a capacity of 150. That must be this tower trying to charge itself up. So let's take that down to 100 megawatts. See if that makes things a little bit saner. We still haven't got the power for that. Okay, let's I have to take that all the way down to 50. It is still charging up, just slowly. Okay, oops. Right, let's start thinking about yellow science. So, yellow science requires diamonds and titanium crystals. So, let's start off with the machines to make this in the middle, and then we can have the diamonds come in from one side and the crystals come in from the other. I think that makes sense. Again, we'll leave a bit of a gap for any stacking I want to do and any painting that needs to be done. And then we'll put in one of them. then we'll have a look at the numbers. So it takes 8 seconds. That isn't what you make a science packet, Laurence. Try again with less fail. There we go. That's what you make a science packet. So these take 8 seconds. So over here we've got the red ones that take, with the blue ones, there's 15 of them because they take 3 seconds. These 6, these take 8 seconds. So 15, so I'm trying to produce 5 per second. I mean, that's ridiculous, to be honest with you, but actually it's a beltful, so that's a good number. Okay, so I'm producing 5 per second, or it's nearly a beltful, so it's 5 per second, so I need 5 times 8, which is 40 of these things. That is ridiculous. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I need 5 stacks of 8. And I haven't got enough, but you know, I've got load. As we established earlier, I've got far too many of these elsewhere, so I'll sort that out later. Right, next, so we're going to have them being brought out somewhere. We'll bring them out here, and you know what? Boom, straight in the middle of there. That's fine. We're going to need to have the diamonds being brought in here, which means they're going to be brought out like this, across like that, to give me somewhere to do the painting. Now, how many of the things does it take? Oh, it's one of each. Good. So feeding in one belt in to get one belt out will be fine. So in order to get that sort of ratio, I need to make a full belt of diamonds, and you make diamonds by smelting carbon, don't you? Yes. Oh, by smelting carbon, not by smelting coals. You have to double cook it. Okay, but it's 1 in 2 seconds, so that's going to be that's 1 to 1, but it takes 2 seconds, so I'm going to need 12 smelters in order to do that at the speed I want it to be done at. So that's easy enough. Put down 12 of these. 1, 2. You know what? Let's not put all these down manually. Let's do the copy paste thing in a minute as well, because because that's going to be much easier. I'm also going to want to cook the coal over here, so we'll bring the coal over to be turned into carbon. Back up again like that. Now, if we have a look at the recipe for carbon, why am I holding some belts down? Carbon or graphene is 2 coal to make 1, so we're going to need to stack that one, and it takes 2 seconds as well. So it's going to be 12 of them. So I'm going to need to put down some landfill here, like that. Then I can put in some more of these across here, and then some more of this coming in here. But this one is, as I said, going to need to be a full stacked belt. So bring that along there like that. That's fine. That's what we want. And then over here, I'll deal with the other end in a minute. But this now, so you guys are making energized whatever, carbon. That one. You guys are making it into diamond. We need all of we need a bunch of inserters here as well, of course. I'm running a little bit low on these. I might have to do a shopping trip fairly soon. Now, I have to admit, I haven't taken into account the productivity that I'm going to get from painting all the stuff here. Mostly out of sheer laziness, and just because this way I've got slightly more than I actually need. You're right, it is all carbon. Yes, okay, so energetic graphite or graphene or whatever it's called would technically be more correct. You're quite right. Yes, kudos for pedantry, I suppose, because you are technically correct, which, as everyone knows, is the best kind of correct. Oh, is it only 9? Okay. Does that mean it's even fewer of the carbon smelters as well? And obviously, presumably it does. Take that. Use now. 4. Yeah, I don't care. 8. No, 6. 8. It's done the thing with the belts again. Okay, we'll stop at 10. I haven't done power either, but you know, power's not a big deal. So the lack of consistency, I think, bothers me most of all, because I took a thing from here, I copied and pasted. Yeah, sure, the belts are doing something slightly funny along here, but then why is there a gap here? And oh, I put it too close along here. That's why. Okay, that's why that's failed. All right, I understand what was different about that one. Can I put that there? Yes, I can. I want to fill the belt, so it's 6 per second. Yeah, I've decided that having a belt worth of science coming out of here is a good number. Actually, I've gone slightly below that, admittedly. I've gone for 5 per second instead of 6 per second out of these once I've got the 40 of them in. Although actually, come to think of it, that means the productivity will add on 20%. So we will actually get we will get 6 per second, a full belt coming out of these. So yeah, we're taking in, yeah, we're going to be breaking 6 per second at 120% of these. So we're using 5 per second of the diamonds. Therefore, we're going to be using 5 divided by 1.2 of the carbon. Yeah. So yes. And I might be able to get away without putting out down any more landfill if I'm really lucky. Okay, so that's the there we go. That's the diamonds. And the science. That's the simple side of the science. The other side is going to be more difficult. I've left far more space here than I needed to. I can bring these back a bit if I want to. 40 research things, 9 diamonds, 7 carbon. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Or if at least if you make it long, then it says, "Are you sure you want to put it here?" And you press Shift Enter every single time, and it probably then maybe it links them up. I don't know if it actually links them up or not. 9 diamond. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's convenient. I thought I put 10 down. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Boom. There we go. Thank you. Tidy, tidy, tidy. Yeah, okay. Better mining drills, great. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's an insert. There's inserters missing as well. What the hell? Can't this game do anything? Can't this game even copy and paste stuff? There we go. I despair. Let's put in some power. Boom. And boom. And then over here we're going to need 5 of these stacks of towers, but I think I'm going to need to put a gap in it here for inserting power every so often, like that and that. So we'll have a yeah, that seems to be okay. Let's reclaim a few of these for reasons. Put them down in pairs, have a gap like that. There we go. Now put another one of those down in the gap there, and there we go. Everything's powered and happy. That's really stupid. And I accept the game is early access, so I probably shouldn't be quite so mean about it, but maybe it's something they'll fix. Good evening, Berkeley. Welcome. Okay, so that's 5. That's going to be 5 stacks of 8 eventually. Let's program them up while I'm here. But I do need to get another stack of these machines in order to get all of that running. So this wasted space over here is annoying me a little bit now, because I've made this much longer than it actually needed to be. Because we're going to be putting in the painters, sure, but they're going to be going in here at this point. On this row, and so this area in the middle here is wasted space now. But never mind. I've built it up now, so I think it's probably easier not to try and modify it. So the next thing we're doing is going to come out like this, over to here in the same way. And then back up there. Right, there we go. Lots of belts. And now I need to think about what that actually is. So this is going to be the titanium crystals. Yep, that's right, persistent. Yellow science. Oh, yes, you're quite right. Thank you. I programmed the wrong one. Well spotted. How do I oh, there we go. That arrow? Yes, yellow science. Yep, you're quite right. These should all be yellow science. Yeah, space to grow. That's true. I mean, it's better than what I normally do, which is build it all up and then go, oh heck, I can't fit it. I can't fit in the thing I want to fit in here. So yeah, granted, it's probably better like this than the alternative. Why are you the opposite way round to all of the other ones? Don't do this to me. Seriously? There we go. Is it because the camera's pointing in the opposite direction? Surely not. I mean, I noticed they were flipping as I put them, depending on which way the belt was moving as I moved across, which made a sort of sense. But then, I don't care. I'm gonna calm. Yes, right. Okay. So along here, we're going to be making the titanium crystals. So that's titanium and crystal, which makes certain sense. And this is done in an assembly machine. Okay. And it takes 4 seconds. And that's a lot of titanium going in. I'm going to have to quad stack that in order to have enough on a belt. So 4 per second. Now the numbers are going to be the same as over here, so we're going to need 9 of them. But that was hang on. Let me get the numbers right. So diamonds take 2 seconds to happen. These take, what was it? These things take 4 seconds to happen. So instead of being 9, this is going to be 18. Okay. How do you get 23? So it takes 4 seconds to do the build, which is twice as long as the other one, and this is still the final thing that's going into here. So it should need twice as many of these. Twice as many as I needed of these, that is. So if this was 9, then this should be 18, not 23. Is my logic wrong in there somewhere? It is possible, but I feel like the logic hangs together there. Anyway, I'm making. Oh, gotcha. Right, okay, so the smelteries are production speed 1 times. These machines are production speed 0.75. Right, okay, so maybe I should be considering using assembly machine 2s. It's fairly expensive. Let's go for 23. Shouldn't it be 24? Or was there some rounding on the previous one? That's going to be a long stream. Let's put in 12 and then another row. Let's put 2 rows of 12 along here. I think that's going to be the best way to do this. So we'll have then 2 belts coming up here. One of which, hang on, what's the ingredients for this thing? Okay, titanium is going to be coming in directly in from the ship. Oh, actually, that means I only need to double stack. So we can bring in a row of titanium here. We can bring in the green crystals here. This will be coming from down here somewhere because that's a raw ingredient. Let's do a slightly longer turnaround for this. But there'll be another belt of titanium coming in here. Okay, gotcha. You're doing the rounding for me. Thank you. That makes sense. So then we'll put in another row of these along here, like that. So directly opposite it, and that means we'll have a belt coming out here, to here, going up one, and then down one, and joining onto here. And because those belts will both be half full, in theory, that'll be fine with the merging them like that. Core energy is running out as usual. Let's charge the bot. Really? Just being difficult, aren't you? Okay, that'll do. It's charging well enough. So yeah. Then right. Okay, so we've got along here. We've got one of the ingredients coming in up the middle. That's going to be the complicated one. So we'll think about that in a moment. But that's not that's the one that still needs to be made. So now we can use these. And I'm running out of inserters, so I'm going to need to go and get some more in a minute. That there, that there, that there, and that there. That there. And then outputs on the other side like that and that. Okay, and that is nearly all of my inserters gone. I could do another row of them actually, like that. In fact, let's pop that one and then just go copy and paste like that. There we go. Okay, so that's going to make my my titanium crystals, and then eventually I'll have a line of 24 of, well, 2 lines of 12, and I'll put in the extra one despite the rounding, just to make it look neat. So that's that. No, do carry on standing there. The next thing to be considered is the I do, but I reckon I've got 2 input belts. If I stack both of them to 2 high, then I've effectively got 4 input belts. So 4 input belts going in to make 1 belt of crystals coming out, I think is right, because it takes... Oh, it's 3 to 1, so that's going to be plenty. So have, yeah, 2 double stacked belts going in will be enough to produce 1 single stacked belt coming out. So I need 1 crystal per thing. So I need a belt of crystals basically. Although you're going to tell me that it's actually going to be what are these made in? These are made in a chemical facility which builds at... I want to at least understand the maths, even if I'm not crunching the numbers myself. That's a 1 times machine. Okay. So we're going to need to have... it's going to be 5 per second divided by... divided by 1.2, divided by 1.2, then multiplied by 6. In order to produce that at the desired rate. We're going to need a double belt of plastic coming in, and a single belt of oil, refined oil, and a single belt of water. Okay, yes, that seems sort of manageable. Yeah, having 4 coming in per item on the belt is more than 3, so that'll be enough. Then I need the oil coming in at the oil coming in standard rate. Plastic needs to come in faster. Plastic is also oil needed fast for that one, but that's okay. So I'm going to be using a lot of outputs on this, so I think I should probably start linking them up fairly soon before I get overwhelmed and confused, which is probably going to happen sooner rather than later. Okay, so let's do a little bit of setting things up here. So this is requires coal, and in order to make the carbon, I'm going to need a lot more green belts. Let's go and get Let's go and get more green belts, more green inserters, more. Why is this not making enough paint? Because there's not enough being brought to it. There's 11 in transit. Goodness sake. Minimum load of drones full, please. So we're not making enough paint. That doesn't really surprise me actually, because the paint was sort of the paint production is a thing I cobbled off the side of, well, this. I've got 1 machine making paint that's then just being demanded by absolutely everything else, the entire rest of the factory. So yeah, there's not much of it making it through here. Okay, I need to make a paint village as well. Which is going to be fairly easy because it's just carbon and then more carbon. So I just need to do some cooking. So that's not going to be too hard. But before I distract myself completely from that, let's get how many assembly machines have I got? 25. That's just about enough. But let's get some. Ooh, that's nice. Let's get some more of those anyway. And now let's try and remember why I actually came over here. It was the green inserters and green belts. So, oh yes, green belts I'm not actually making automagically anywhere yet, because they, yeah. So the way I've been making green belts, I'm rather sorry to say, is that I've been coming along here and I've been grabbing the turbines off the belt from wherever it is they're made. Are you turbines? Yes, you are turbines. Like this, or like this. Nom 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 nom. Maybe I should import the crystal. It depends whether they get used for other things or not, really. If they get used for lots of other things, then it's going to be worth importing them. I don't know, because I feel the build isn't too unwieldy yet, because it's still not. It's nice and extensible, but it is getting a little. It is getting a little out of control, I will admit. How many? Okay, sure. I need lots. Right, where are my green inserters? There they are. Oh yes, they're getting put into this box. Yoink. Yeah, and I suppose the thing is, I'm not sufficiently familiar with the game to know which things are good to have as intermediate products. At the moment, I've gone, well, we've got titanium crystals only really seem to be being used by this science pack, so let's make them here. But I do accept that that's a slightly short-sighted way of looking at it. Power? Can I even get power in here? Kind of. Will that do? Or if I put it here as well? Okay. That's slightly wasteful putting them on both sides of these along here, but never mind. Right. So I think I'm going to carry on with this because in sort of I made the plans and I've sort of got started. So part of me wants to finish, or yeah, I don't know. I don't have an FNEI that'll tell me what else uses these organic crystals or what else uses the titanium crystals. Yeah, so I don't know what's a good point to cut it off. But yes, perhaps doing the organic stuff somewhere else, making the organic crystal somewhere else might be better. Which point of view? I'm not sure what you meant because I've said quite a lot of things, as is my way. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, those are both inputs. And that one, there we go. And then that one will be an output, which is from there. And hopefully I'm going to finish it just before the... Okay, yeah, if they're not really using anything else, at least not in large amounts larger than I'm already going to have on the bus, then I think there's no real benefit to having their own village for them, or their own town for them. There. Oh, can you? That's worth knowing, Miles. I'll give that a shot. Let's find out because I need lots of these. So I want to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ooh, awesome! 7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you. That's much easier. That's brilliant. Thank you very much. Awesome. That's so much better. Yes, you can copy and paste chunks in, but I find the blueprints tend to mess up quite a lot. So, or was this what you were referring to? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, fine. Yeah, I accept I need the foundation in here, but I was sort of hoping it was going to do all the rest of them, but no, apparently not. Okay, let's try that again. Copy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bot frenzy, bot frenzy, bot frenzy, bot frenzy, bot frenzy. Right, there we go. And now, yes, we need power all the way along here. I know that, so but that's fine. Pylon there, pylon there, and a pylon there, and then up the other side. I sort of want to put them in the right places in case I ever want to put in more of these towers, but I also don't care. I don't think I am going to want to put in more of these towers because that'd be crazy amounts of science being produced. I missed one. Ah. Yeah, most of the time, if I'm copying and pasting stuff, there's a fairly high chance I want to put them in as close together as possible. I have to admit, I was a bit disappointed to discover you can't click and drag power poles, pylons, whatever we call them in this game. Tesla somethings. Tesla towers. Yeah, I was a bit disappointed to discover you can't just click and drag those across to put them down everywhere where they're needed. Put them down at least at their maximum distance. That'd be fine. Right. Let's do some inputs. So the reason I went away is because I was going to need some more green belts for this bit. So what we're going to do is we're going to put down a stackomatron here, like that. Like, can't see, the sun's in my, or something's in my eyes. Yeah, there. I mean, it doesn't actually matter where I put it, but the closer I put it to the tower, the less green belt I have to use. So that comes out to there, and I have to put it out a little bit further. Then we bring the yellow belt from there, like that, and we'll have double stacked carbon coming out of there. Good. I haven't set the filter yet, but that's fine. One thing at a time. So that's carbon. Carbon is being double processed. That's good. Right, so over here, we need to do the same thing with titanium. And in fact, you know what? I'm going to move this belt across. I'm going to have the titanium come out of this side, because that way I'm leaving a decent amount of room in case I ever need to do something else here. So we'll get rid of a chunk of this, like that. And then we'll get another 2 stackers. Stacker. 1, 2, like that. No, not like that. For goodness sake. Like that. There we go. That's better. Then we can feed this one in here, like so. Then we can go to green belts again. Yeah, I'm aware of the always. No, what? Don't do that. I'm aware of the try and build east-west rather than north-south. What I've sort of done here is yeah, I've not really done that. I've not really done that at all, actually. What I should have done when I started doing the towns is, yeah, having sticking out like this and then doing more parallel. Yeah, I've got into a habit, and it's a bad habit. So I should probably change how I'm doing this, but I haven't yet. Sorry. Okay, there we go. Oh, that's longer than it needs to be. Let's take out, save a piece of that each. Yeah, it's probably going to bite me in the proverbial at some point, but so far it seems to be okay. That to there, that to there. Right, and those are my titanium inputs, because we're getting through a lot of titanium in this build. So both of these are going to be titanium. That one is coal, as previously mentioned. Then over here, then I need to start thinking about the. Oh, actually, what I also need to do is put in some more of these. Don't know how many I've got left. I've got 8 of them left. Okay, that might be enough actually. One there, one there, one there. Yeah, I've very deliberately built close to the equator. But yeah, there's a. I did notice as I was building this up that I stopped building these belts out just before a tropic line. So yes, that was lucky. I say just before. I mean, there's room for quite a few more buildings across there, but still, you know. Right. Next up is going to be the making the crystals themselves. So there is going to be a belt coming out, and we'll leave room for these power poles, especially as I've already put them in. And I probably should have been leaving room for power poles between each thing all along. That would have been smart, but you know, planning ahead, and yeah, well, so build that to there. Then we'll go up to about there, across to there, and down, and join onto there. Right, so that's going to be bringing in my organic crystals. Nice. I just need to work out how many of the machines I'm going to need. So where had I got to with that? I was going through here. So it's to make these crystals, it takes to make the titanium crystals takes 1 organic crystal every time. And the chemical plants that make these run at a speed of 1. So it's presumably going to be the same number there are of these, which is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that what Mark said earlier? I can't remember. Order. Is the profilator? These. No, hang on. What? What's the I recognise the name profilator. Is that? Oh, is this the paint? Yes, I should make some paint as well. Maybe I'll do that off this same tower, off in the opposite direction, because I've got the coal here. Yeah, but we will be. Yeah, we'll be pumping the paint through all of these to make sure it's. I suppose yes. No, I need to make more of it before I start ordering more of it. Okay. No, I was saying you said the number for these ones that are making the energetic carbon, and I reckon it should be due to maths. If it's N for this one, A for the number I need for this one should be the same as I need for the number for this one, with the appropriate things taken into account. The number I need of these should be the same as the number of chemical plants I need, because they're both the second thing out from the actual final thing, and they're both speed 1 machines. Does that make sense? Does my logic hold up? I think I should need the same number of these, which apparently is 7. So I was actually asking, did you say I needed 7 of these? Because if so, I should need 7 chemical plants. And of course, I have 6 of them in my inventory. Typical. Exactly. Yes. Because maths is a wonderful layer of reasoning. And one of the things I like about the chemical plants is they're cunningly shaped, so you can tuck a power pole in here when you build them all really close together. And I really like that. It's just sort of, they're a silly shape and it's really convenient. Okay, so we have that one. And I think I should need 6 of these. So that needs plastic, water, and oil going into it. So that's going to be a 3 belts on the input. I think that means I'm going to put one of the inputs on the other side, actually, because I know that the further you try and make your the inserters pass things, the slower they are. So I don't think it's actually going to matter in this case, because I think everything is going to be running sufficiently slowly. But, oh, actually, I didn't check the speed. What's the speed of making these things? Stop having things in your inventory. Why is there a belt? When I'm trying to look at this. Oh, it takes 6 seconds. Oh, crikey. It takes 6 seconds to make it. So the excited carbon was a 2-second recipe, and that needed 7. So if this is a 6 second, it's going to need 21 machines. That's a lot of machines. But with the exception of the plastic, it's only a single one of everything. So one belt is going to be enough to feed all of that. That's going to be a long old belt going off, especially as the chemical plant is a bigger building as well. Okay, so 21 of those. I think I'm going to take that out and loop it back round and bring it back in again, because otherwise it's going to get silly. And that feels easier than using splitters to send it out down multiple routes at once. So we've got we've got an input belt here. This is going to be probably the refined oil, I think. So we'll put that, line it up with everything else as well as I can. There we go. Oh, so you think that should fit in? Oh yeah. Ah, that's nice. If I'd known that earlier, I'd have been much happier and I'd have tweaked my designs a bit. Thank you for pointing that out, Miles. I just assumed they didn't fit in there. Maybe it's because I tried it once and I was too close to the tropic lines, and so I didn't notice that I'd got it wrong. I'm not sure. So right, you need oil and water. So there's water right here. I could put in a pump here and just pull water out and put it straight onto this belt. How fast does a pump? By which I mean, how many pumps do you need to fill up a belt? Pump. Water pump. Gathering speed 65 per minute. So that's about 1 per second, roughly. So I'm probably going to want. You realise it just occurred to me, I'm going to end up painting the water that goes into this system in order to, which seems a bit silly, but it will get me the productivity boost I want. So that feels like a nonsense. Okay, so I'm going to need 6 water pumps. There is a convenient lake right over here. I probably don't actually need 6 water pumps. I might be able to get away with 5. Let's try 5 first and see how that goes. So we'll put the 5 water pumps sort of around the edge here. Pump them out, put it onto a belt, go around this way. So I'm going to need to make some water pumps. I don't have those being automated yet because so far I've not needed very many of them. But this is good. So that means this one could potentially be water, or actually I could make that oil. Let's make this one refined oil, because that's going to be coming straight out of here and in. So that's going to be an easier. Except this is going to be it's going to have its own belt of that. So yeah, we'll bring that to there, along there, and I've run out of belts. I mean, it was only a matter of time, I suppose. Go on then, put those down. Let's go and get some more stuff. And, ooh, I'll get some water pumps while I'm out there as well. And some, okay, 5 pumps, thank you. I thought 5 felt like it should be enough, but I hadn't done the math, so it was my sort of, it was a gut feeling based on my sort of, you know, my general familiarity with numbers as a sort of, numbers are a thing that I have heard of once or twice, but I hadn't really thought it through very carefully. I need some more chemical plants, like 15 more chemical plants. Here, chemical plant. There we go. There's 10 chemical plants. Okay, what do I need to make those 5 pumps? I think I'll just handcraft the 5 pumps. It's a lot of different things, but not enormous amounts of any of it. So, well, fair amount. No, not that one. That one. So I'm going to need 40 iron. Are you iron? I honestly can't tell. Yes. I like the thing on the side that tells you how much of the thing you're picking up you've already got in your inventory. 41. I knew I'd overshoot. Okay, so 40 of those. 20 bricks. Bricks? You're not bricks, I know you're glass. I really struggle to spot bricks because they're just another grey thing. Is it you? Are you bricks? No, you're diamonds. I can't tell the difference between diamonds and bricks, it turns out. What about you? Nope, you're plastic. Maybe it hasn't made it this far down the bus? No, it must have done, surely. Steel. I mean, I know it's one of the grey boxes, but there are just multiple grey boxes. Oh, there they are. How many of these did I say? Was it 20? Yes. Always with the overshooting. For 20 motors and some greens. 20 motors and what was that even? And 10 green circuits. 20 motors. And 10 of these. Oh, I've got lots of them already. Right, let's get pumping. I mean building. Pump. 5. Yes, all the items are just cubes, but some of them aren't grey. Like for example, these cubes are orange. These cubes are green. Also, these cubes have a really nice picture on the top of them, so you can tell what they are. I mean, I think it'd be nicer if they were just circuit boards on a belt, but I'm okay with that. But these ones are all like easily identifiable, even at this sort of zoom level, well, reasonable zoom levels, because they have the pictures on the top. These ones, I don't even know. Oh, this is iron apparently. What's that? That is stone bricks, so I can't tell them apart. These are glass. They look almost the same in this level of lighting. I know this is oil, but refined oil, but only because I've know that. Yeah, so there's a lot of things that look very, very similar, and it's a little bit annoying. Oh yeah, I needed some more chemical plants. That'll do. 27. Yes, 27 is more than 21, therefore that's okay. Except I'm going to need more chemical plants to make the plastic. So it's not going to be enough. I'm going to need to come back and get even more. But let's grab whatever I can now and then come scurrying back. So I've got enough to sort of to brainstorm and to sort of scatter things down and have a look. Exactly, rainbow cubes, especially the science ones. Those are nice because they glow as well, so that makes them even more obvious. And the liquids are all shiny as well, which is sort of nice. Although they're sort of shiny and sort of translucent, which is kind of pretty. But yeah, well, yes. And I need to charge back up again as usual. That one. Sure, we'll charge off 3 for now because I need to do some thinking anyway. Okay, so that's gonna. This is gonna be. Yes. Did I get more belts? I did. Awesome. I was fairly convinced I'd forgotten belts, but no, it turns out I actually remembered. Okay, so next we need to put down those pumps. So we'll put them sort of along here. Like that. It seems ridiculous that pumps then feed out onto a conveyor belt, but never mind. That could be brought over. Oh, I'm out of line with whatever I'm trying to do here. So let's actually bring this one out and this way, and over here like sort of this-ish. I don't know. I'll worry about that in a moment. That can go out to there. That can go to there. That one to there. That one to there. And let's give them a pylon because I'm feeling generous. Pylon. Excellent. Right, so that's going to be my water coming through. And in fact, it already is. Nice. So I'll want to bring that in along here. So come from here to here. Yep, like that. And that means we'll be able to put in a water painter in. So we'll be able to do some water painting over here. Yes, because of course water paint is a thing. Right, let's... Oh, and then we're also going to need the plastic coming in here as well. Let's just extend that manually for fun for now. Okay, so that's the that's nearly there. We just need the plastic coming in, and for the plastic, I'm just going to bring a belt across from here for now, like this, because I don't want to plan where the plastic assembly is going to be until I put down all 21 of these machines, because that's kind of crazy. Running the chemical plant. Considering running the chemical plants east-west. I'm considering it. I think it would spoil the look of the general assembly that's going on here. If I could easily just pick up the entire thing, rotate it, and drop it down again, I might be tempted to do that. But I think for now I'll carry on with that. I'll worry about the tropics. And I'm going to be able to fit in. I could have them go up, down, and up again, and just get 3 rows in, and that'll probably be the 21. I'll see how far. Yeah, I think I'll see how far I get with this. I think I'm not going to do that. It is a good idea, but I think at this stage it's a bit too late. If I'd started thinking of that, if I started building east-west right from the start, with all of this, then I think I'd probably go along with that. But having already got this far into it, I sort of want to carry on as it is, really. Okay, Mark. Well, thanks for all your help with the number crunching. I don't know how I'm going to cope without you, but it was much appreciated. But yeah, sleep well, and I'll no doubt talk to you tomorrow. Right, what's this? So these are both inputs on this side. Right, there we go. That's that inserted up properly. So now, and I'm basically charged. So I can now come along here. I can go. I would like a bajillion of these, please, and go. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's a third of them. So at this point, I could put a second row along here, and actually I could loop these. Yeah, oh, I ran out of belt. That's annoying, because now it hasn't put the inserters in. Could do that and that. Now, actually, what I can do here is I can put the next row right next to it. Oh, is it worth going out and dealing with the tropics to get? No, I think I'll do 3 rows, especially if it came out as 21 and I've fitted 7 along here quite nicely. So this is going to use an enormous quantity of my landfill to get this entire area to be buildable. But never mind. It's what it's there for, I guess. Oops, wasted a bit there, but never mind. It's fairly cheap. To be honest, the expensive part of it isn't the foundation pieces, the grey bits. The expensive part is all of the soil that I'm using up from my soil pile in order to build it. And that's going down fairly quickly because I'm building right out into the middle of a massive lake, which is probably unwise, but oh well. Right, so then I'll put in the inserters because otherwise I'll forget. No, inserters. Yeah, you. Let's try and get them in the same place just for neatness. Alright, we'll then have another one of these machines. Well, it'll go here. Let's put down a chemical plant without any programming and another associated palaverage with it. So that's that one. Put that in there like that. We can then do the inserters again. But more importantly, what I can do from here is I can run these belts round the end of here and up this way. And from this, in fact, all the way back off this way, miles off this way, like that. And then I can do another one from there, all the way over here. Gosh, no wonder I get through a lot of belts, is it? Like that. Then you are, of course, you're going to be doing the organic crystals, so I'll program that up. And then I'll do the inserters as well, because I might as well. Inserter? Yes, you. So you might as well go from there to there. And then this is still inputs, isn't it? Yeah, there to there. There we go. And then on the other side, this one's an input, this one's an output. So we'll do that. Then we can go along here and go 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and have a box frenzy. Right, so that's my second row. Third row is the same as the first. Well, third row then comes along here, and we'll feed directly off this belt. This one is the slightly tricky part. What I plan to do with this is go over that one and bring it round and down the outside again. So I think that should go fine. Here, this is programmatically different. So this is good, but this words. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's put in some belts across here. So it's gap 1, 2, 3, 4. So this belt goes here. These belts are both going to be going the other way. Yeah. Right, so from here, we're going to go up one. So that's to there. Across. And then we're going to put in another machine because I don't want to try and I don't want to guess because I'll get it wrong. Put that there. I don't know what these inserters are going to be doing either. Probably it wrong. I'm going to I can't see what they're doing clearly enough, so I'm going to take them out and put them back in again. Right. So here we've got that belt flowing that way is an out belt. So we take one of these. No. Select the right thing. One of these, right. So that's going from there onto there because it's an out. Let's go from there to there because that's an output. There to there is the input. Right. Okay. So that's now linked up on this side. This belt comes over to here, then goes down to ground level. Oh, it's gone down to ground level. I mean, that's fine, I guess. I was expecting it to sort of just stay where it was, but never mind. That's all right. It doesn't actually matter. This one also goes up to here, comes across, and I suppose it might as well go. Let's come across to here, and then do the going down because that feels more sensible. There we go. That can go over there, and that's the water input. So now, once again, we need these inserters. I don't know why I'm putting them in the middle rather than if I put them at the ends, then it would look more sensible when I put multiple machines in. But never mind. These two belts need a bit more extension, like that and like that. And then I can finally finish this bit off by going like this. And I've now got 21 of these. Phew. Okay, none of them have power. Well, lots of them don't have power, but that's actually quite easy because we can fit these things into the little gaps right amongst them, like this. Bunk. That's going to get a significant proportion of what we need to power. And it's just missing those occasional. No, let's not put that there. Oh, never mind. Too late. Just missing those occasional inserters on the way back up, which is a real shame. But there we go. Right, so that is, I believe, that. It's kind of complicated, but I think it should work. This is going to be fun when I finally get the whole thing finished and I decide to plug it in and just see what happens, isn't it? And then it all explodes in my face and I go, no! Okay, so One remaining thing I need is the plastic production. Now, I don't really want to build that out here because the water's getting kind of deep, so it's just going to use up all of my soil pile if I try to build up across there. Also, plastic is made in a chemical plant as well. So let's have a look. Items, plastic. So chemical facility again. This takes in 2 oil and 1 carbon, so I'm going to need to make more carbon. So I'm going to need another 2 rows of stuff in order to get this built. Right, okay. Let's put in the painting booths first, just because I don't know why. Because they're easy, basically. It's something I don't have to think too hard about. I can just drop one in there, and one in there, and one in there. And that's just run a belt straight at the middle of it. Okay, well, it's 11 o'clock. I'll carry on a little bit longer, I think, but not too much. So yeah, this needs plastic coming into it. I think at this point, I've had enough of the way this is growing, especially as there's a massive sea there that's really deep. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build plastic over here, and then probably paint in this area as well, because why not, basically. So yes, plastic. Plastic first is another row of these things to make up the carbon. Then that gets fed into a machine to make it into plastic along with the oil. So what have I got coming out? What's coming out here? I've lost track of what all these things are. Let's program these up. And this will also mean things will start flowing as well, which is always nice to see. So you are going to be coal, like that. You are an input, so we don't care about. We're not going to load you up. You two are both titanium, because we need massive quantities of titanium for this science pack. Goes around there like that. This one, I have no idea. Okay, it's going into the chemical plants. So this is either going to be. This is refined oil. There we go. That's easy. So you are to be refined oil. Loop. Yep. So that's now. Yeah, that's going to. Oh, I didn't put the paint in. So all of this is going to be not wasted, but low productivity to start with, and therefore things aren't going to run as fast as they should. Oh well, never mind. Right, let's do let's do the paint next, because I feel like the paint is going to be quite easy. Paint is simply coal and diamond is just coal that's been abused a couple of times. So let's start off with just one machine doing each one, because I think that's probably going to be plenty. If we come over here a little bit, we'll do that like that, and then we'll have an assembly machine here making paint 1. We'll have a furnace here making carbon 2, and a furnace here making carbon 3. Paint 1. Oh no, wait, better idea. Remove that. Put it there instead. Then we can have a second machine here, and we can just do direct insertion all the way around. So you are going to be cooking it down into that. You're going to be cooking into that. You're going to be making not that. You're going to make there it is. You're going to be making paint 2. Now this little cluster here, I don't know. It's probably not balanced. Or let's see how imbalanced it is, because I'm sort of curious. So it takes half a second to make a paint 1. It takes 1 second to make a paint 2. It takes it takes 2 paint 1s. So those are perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Diamonds and carbon takes 2 coal and 2 seconds to make 1 carbon, and diamond takes 1 carbon and 2 seconds to make a diamond. So actually we'd actually need 2 of these to make the diamonds quickly enough. So okay, in that case, I'll get rid of that. What I'll do instead, I'm trying to think of a nice way to arrange these. So we're going to need to have 2 of these feeding off the same coal belt as this. Oh, true. Yeah, I probably should make a dedicated factory. I think I might just make a small one for now, and then make it bigger later. Um, and make a bigger one later, because at the moment I don't have enough paint, and it's a pain. So I think I want to fix that, and then yes, I'll do it properly again at another time. I just happen to have all of the stuff here that I need. I currently have one machine making paint, so this is going to be doubling the amount I'm producing, which is an improvement. Where are my fast inserters? Have I used them all up? Maybe I have. I don't. This would be fast enough. It's not even a rage. It's just sort of a despair. Get rid of that. Right. That. Extend that over. That. No. Stop having it. Take that. There we go. Right. Extend that over here because we're going to need a bit more of that. Then insert. And we've got 256 of them left. I don't know why I thought I'd run out. That's that, and then actually let's delete a bit of this belt because it's going to get delete. Give me the delete tool. There we go. Delete a bit of that belt. We'll put in another belt coming around the top from here, like this. I mean, this is a simple enough setup that I can. No, what? No, yeah, there we go. Yes, that is what I wanted. I can copy this a few times over if I need it, especially if I make that hop over this belt here. Then we want another belt coming along here to take the paint away and put it into the tower. Tower, you are to also take in paint. Items, yeah, paint that one. Take it in. You're doing local supply. That's fine. I'll probably split this actually, and then I'll just bring it directly from the supply area here out over to where it's being used. So yeah, let's take out. Woo! Let's have the mouse go absolutely nuts. Apparently, let's take out some belt from over here, and then I can put in a splitter like that. Belt goes in, belt comes out. Can't explain that. Window opens. Certainly can't explain that. You are also carbon. You are diamond, and so are you. And then we need to scatter around a load more inserters, and then this is basically done. Paint your paint. I have been painting paint elsewhere actually. That's probably a good idea. I was painting the paint one with the before as well, but yes, that's a good shout. I might do that before I get this splitter in that case, just so it's all painted. Might as well save a little bit of stuff where I can. I mean, it makes everything use a lot more power, but power is cheap, so I think it's totally worth it. Right, there we go. Oh, actually, I could put painter in here. That works. Painter, like that. Then I can have a belt coming from here. Stay high. Going in there, like that. And then yeah, let's set this running now. Oh yeah, you need coal coming out here. That's why this isn't running. Coal, please. And we need power over here as well, like that. Boom. Here come the diamonds around the outside there. And this should all be nice and balanced and produce everything at the right rate. So we'll then see that coming out there. Yeah, okay, it's splitting it nicely. Let's spray painting that. Then, now that's working, I can now take another belt from here. It goes across right through the middle of that pylon that's in exactly the wrong place, as is traditional. Interestingly, that hasn't broken anything, so that's quite convenient. We can take a belt from here, straight over this way, stay high. So there, and then through all of these, because I've lined them up perfectly. Because I'm a painting god. There we go. Lovely. Yeah, we still need some more power for everything around here, of course. Let's do that because it's easy. That one, that goes there and there, I suppose, and put one there. Interestingly, the painting machines don't seem to actually need foundations, which is quite nice. Very convenient. Right, so now it's going to take a while for this paint to start to pass through all the way through here, because especially as only half of it's making it through. I think I'm going to prioritize this exit, make it all come out this way for now. Oh no, actually, I need to prioritize that one. There's probably enough in there now. I want this to be the first priority and this to be the second priority, and then any overflow can go that way. But I don't think you can do that with one splitter. So this will be enough, I think. We filled up the tank there, and mostly filled up the tank there, and paint goes quite a long way. Yeah, there's 420 odd paints in there, so that'll go for a good amount of time. Okay, so now this brings us back to the bit I've been sort of prevaricating and avoiding, which is the plastic production, because that's going to require a bit more number crunching in order to get it to be about right. No, I'm not. I could paint the components of Paint 2. I did in the other time I was making it, but it's all cheap enough components. It's just piles of coal. I'm not too bothered about that, I think. All right. Okay, so plastic. In theory, this isn't too complex. So we need basically one belt of everything all the way through, unless things require more than one of something. Now I think the crystals might require 2 belts of plastic, so this might make this more complicated. Yes, they do. So we need to have 2 belts worth of plastic, which is 12 items per second. Except it's 12 items per second times 0. Divided by 1.2 to the n, where n is 1, 2, 3. So 12 divided by. I'm going to use a calculator. Because since Mark's gone, I no longer have a calculator. Give me a calculator. I think it's open behind the game and I can't see it. So is my run dialog box. Oh, for goodness sake. Oh no, it's open behind Twitch. That's even worse. Mate. There we go. Right, calculate. There it is. Got it. Right, so I need 12 of those per second, but I don't actually need 12. I need 12 divided by 1.2 to the power 3. I think. Did I say 3? So it's 1. It's 6 per second. I want 6 per second coming out of here. Actually, I want 5 per second. So I want 5 per second coming out of here. Yeah, normally in Factorio I can't be bothered, I'll just make lots. But this time I seem to be trying to balance this for some reason, and it's just getting more and more complicated. So I've got 5 per second coming out of here. So I've got 5 divided by 1.2 going into it. So I've got 5 divided by 1.2 squared going into here. So it's 5. Yeah, it's 5 divided by 1.2 cubed. So except it's 10 because you need 2 of them. So 10 divided by 1.2 cubed is about 6. Okay, so 1 belt of plastic should actually be enough. That's quite interesting. Okay, I'm intrigued by that, and we'll give that a shot. So let's see. Plastic is takes 3 seconds to make, and I want 6 per second. So that means I need 18 machines. How many have I got left? 9. Well, I've got half of them then, at least. That's better than nothing. Better than a poke in the eye with a sharp stick, as they say. I'm not sure who they are that say that, but you know, it's one of those sayings. And then that's going. But each one of those is. But I'm also going to need 6. Well, just under 6. 5, in fact. Carbons being made, which means I'm going to need a net per second. And they take 2 seconds to make, so I'm going to need 10 machines making the graphite and 18 machines making the plastic. 10 and 18. Someone remember those numbers for me, please. So 10 machines making carbon and 18 making plastic, making graphite and plastic rather. Okay, so let's fill in this lake first because it's upsetting me. And I think this is the area I'm planning to more or less build in. Probably don't actually need to fill it in, but I sort of am anyway. Like that. Yeah, that sounds right. Good. I'm glad. I'm glad the numbers seem to add up and not just in my own fevered imagination. So we need 10 of these, which I oh no, I do have got another stack of them there. That's good. There's going to be somewhere else for the plastic to go, which is sorry, for the paint to go, which is going to confuse things even further. But I can put down one of those. There's going to be 10 of them, but I'm going to put down one for now. So we'll run a belt up along the side of input belt, longer input belt, so we've got room for painting. Output belt, room for painting. Leave a gap because it's a sensible thing to do up here, and then we have a chem plant along here. And I'm gonna have 2 rows of 9 of these because otherwise it's going to get silly, and we don't want things to get silly, do we? So put in a chemical plant there, line it up nicely. Boom. And you, what are you doing? You're making this. You're making plastic, so you're going to need oil as well. I forgot about oil, but that's okay. I can bring the oil in on a belt up here, like this. Let's bring it across out to about here. Then there's a pylon in the way. Actually, the pylon isn't in the way. That's fine. Do that. So it's that bit. We need nine of these with another 9 on the way back, and then we're going to have a belt full of plastic coming out this way, and that's needed way over here. Here, in fact. There we go. So that's the plastic being brought in. That was easy. Okay, so we need some more painters. Put them along here, like, oh, I've only got 1 left. I need to go get some more of those. But first, 10 of these. So we need inserters, like that. And that. And that. And that. Then, ludicrously long belt. There we go. And going the other way. So it's there. Bunk. Right, so we need 10 of these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. These machines are conveniently small. It's 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Awesome. I've not programmed any of them. That's a bit of a fail. I should have done that before I copy-pasted, but never mind. What? Copy. Paste. There we go. And then the chemical plant. So these I need 18 of. Now there's another lake here. I didn't really think this through at all. I just thought, yeah, let's go the other way. That'll be fine. And it turns out it's not. But I can get sort of 3. I can become quite wide across here. Maybe make it 4. 18 doesn't divide by 4, of course, but it's close enough. I mean, I can have just a slightly different number. So let's try that. Let's extend these belts out like this. No, not that last bit. And yeah, what? Belt back like that. There we go. I suppose I should refuel since it's telling me to. I left my other 3 charging towers somewhere. Never mind. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3. Oh, 4 fits in quite nicely along here. That's not too bad. Then I can put another row of them in along next to that, and so on, and just go out sideways a bit. That seems fairly sensible. I don't want the inserters on this one. I just want the machine. Why is it trying to How do you... Oh, remove sort of preview. Is that backtick? Yes, it is. Okay. So put that... Yeah, put another one in there. And that's going to have... Well, actually, we'll swing the belts round, won't we? So these belts will turn, loop around the top and come back down at the outside of here. So that's easy enough to set up. I can't do it very easily from... Well, maybe I can swing the camera around in a sort of ridiculous way like this. Let's get rid of a few of those. Like that. And a few of those as well. And then try and put a belt in across here to go up the other side of that. Yeah, there we go, across there. Just fiddling at extreme arm's length with the camera there while I wait for the robot to charge. And then I can... Oh no, I need to put in the inserters now. So we take an inserter and what's going on here? Right, so that's outputting onto this belt, but inputting from this one like that, and inputting from this one as well, like so. Good. And then it's just copy paste again. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know what that noise was, but it seems to have... Well, I seem to have got all the stuff I wanted there anyway. And now I can put down some more pylons as well, because all of this stuff is going to need power. One in the middle of those, one in the middle of those. And... Okay, now I can't put them between these machines, but I can put them in this gap here, which I conveniently left, because it seemed like a good idea at the time. And it turns out it was. Who knew? So there we go. Right, that's everything powered, so all of this should now, in theory, work. We've got the graphite coming out, going around here, loop back in, and then being looped around here. We then need to copy this again. So now the question here is, do I bring these belts up and round and back down the other side over here? I could do that. That's probably the sensible thing to do. Rather than trying to splitter them and stuff like that. Yeah, let's do that then. So we've got you. Let's take out a piece of that first, and then I want you to belt up this way, like that. Yeah, that's fine. And then come across this way. A currently unknown distance, so I'll stop it there. And I'm going to put in another one of these, but I'm probably going to have to put down some foundation here. That's okay. I can afford this sort of level of foundation laying. It's when you go right out into the middle of the lake and it tells you that it's going to cost 4,000 soil pile to put something down there. You go, what? That's a bit much. Can we perhaps renegotiate? So let's put in one of these in about here, like that. And this time, yeah, we've got an inserter pulling in off that belt. That's good. We haven't got them on the other side, but that's expected behaviour, even if it's not quite what I would have ideally wanted. So here we want to then go to here, and then down, and then along here. In fact, all the way along here, because this is going to be our third row. What did I say? I said 18 of them, didn't I? So I'm getting up to, this row will bring me up to 12, which still isn't very many, and isn't quite as close to the total I want as I would like it to be. But oh well. Flat to there, up to there, round the back of there, whoop, and yeah, okay, I'm gonna have to move my robot, and then oh. Nope, I've got that completely wrong. Let's try that. Let's not. Oh, not that. Let's try that again, but let's try and get it right this time. So we want to go from there to here. Probably here, actually, if we're being honest. Then we can go up to here, across to here, and then down to... Yeah. Somewhere along here I need to join back onto this belt. So let's get rid of a couple of pieces of that. Let's go from there to there, and hope that's good enough. Seems to be. And yes, the output outserter that's going onto that one is happy. Good. Okay, so now we've got some outserters again. So we're going from here onto that one, from here into the machine. Get them the right way around. Good. And there's no power again, but that's not a problem. I can deal with that. Oh, lack of items. Okay, I've finally run out. But you can see how this is coming together. So we're going to make a stack 4x4, and then another 2 on the end, and that will produce all of the plastic we need for the yellow signs. But this is turning into quite a large construction around here. Yes. especially it's because these chemical plants are such large buildings, that it just takes up twice as much space as I was expecting. Um, right, so let's go and get some resources. I feel like I'm so close to finishing this. I kind of just want to get it polished off, and then I'll go to bed because it's close. It's nearly. I feel like I'm nearly there. I've got most of what I'm trying to make. There's just a couple of steps missing. So I needed painting machines and I need chemical plants. Chemical plants are relatively early on. Not that early on, though. There they are, chemical plants. That's 10 of them. Yeah, that's enough. And painters are way over here, way out this way somewhere. There they are. Painters. Is that everything I need? How much belt have I got? 300... 426. That's probably enough. How many inserters have I got? That's the other thing I get through a lot of. 199. Yeah, I think I'm probably okay on other supplies otherwise. But we'll see. Okay, Metbar, thank you for joining the stream, and good night. Sleep well, and yeah, I'll catch you next time. I have not. Let's do that because that's a very good point. That isn't the one that needs it. How do I? Oh, there, the button. Right. Yeah, there aren't very many resources, different ingredients going through this. So I mean, I've got up to 4, but yeah, let's reserve that one just because it does seem like a good idea. You're quite right, especially as I decided to put the paint in there as well. Stop sending paint out in singles. That's ridiculous. Okay, so over here, copy, paste, paste, paste. Nearly there. Well, nearly-ish there. So now it's going to be put in another chemical plant here. I mean, technically it's another row of them, but I'm going to do... Oh, it's already set to plastic. That's interesting. I'm not sure how I feel about that. So you're going to be outputting onto this one. That takes it away. You're going to be inputting from this one that brings it in. And then there'll be another belt around the other side. Okay, so this is going to have to come from here, round here, and up here. That. Am I going to be able to fit? Yeah, I think I can probably just about fit 4 in there. I was thinking because I could put 2 rows of 3 in, that would work just as well. But let's stick with the pattern. And then we need another 2 on the other side of here, like this. Let's just put them in and then worry about the inserters in a moment. They're clearly wrong. Let's go in and fix these inserters then. You and you and you and you are clearly wrong because there's not that much stuff going over there. Then there's these 2 belts in here once again. These are going to need to be shortened and do some 3D shenanigans, but that's fine. That's what this game's all about. So we'll take that, go up to there, and down, and round, and up that way. And then from there up to there, down to there, and up there. Wait, I've got that wrong. Not you. Once again, I'm going to lament the lack of a turn that belt around button in this game. And then join onto there. There we go. That's better. So this row is all entirely inserted. That's fine. I just need to now do the last ones here. So we've got input there, input there. I said input there. Can I have an input there, please? Thank you. Output there, input there, output there. Around here, input there. Okay. Oh, power. Shove in a few more power poles, like... Oh, that side you can put them in. Okay, so there I want to put it. Will that reach everything? No, of course it won't. That'd be helpful. Put one there as well, and put one in there. That'll probably reach everything. Right, there we go. That, I think, is all the machines. Let's turn... Oh, let's put another splitter in here. What's the way to do this? I need a splitter that's just up in the air a little bit, but you don't get those. I'm going to have to cut that, and probably that. So let's put in another one of these right next to it, and then I can. Oh, this is going to be a bit spaghetti, but never mind. No, don't go down. Stay up. Come around here. Come to there. Then from the bottom of here, we can come out and go up to here, and then straight through that one. And then I'm going to need some more painting machines. I forgot to put in the extra painting machines first, but that's okay. Take you. Have one there. No, that's wrong. Keep the pattern consistent, Laurence. One there, then that's an input, and also there, but that one's an output, so it doesn't need one. Right, yeah, that's good. I don't know why I'm not getting any paint. Oh, so I'm getting paint coming out of there. Okay, that's all right then. Then the belt comes across from here. Yeah, there we go. And then down here we've got inputs. So this one is coal. Again, there's a lot of coal coming out of this particular tower. And then over here it's refined oil. There we go. Okay, I think this is now all complete and correct. I feel like I need another copy of this assembly here in order to actually produce. So let's make another. Oh, there's water in the way. Of course, there's water in the way. I just wanted to go put that in here, but there's stuff. Okay, let's put down some foundation and get that other what's name in there. This will double the speed I'm producing paint at in this particular area. So that goes there like that, and that gets me all the blueprint, all the inserters as well. So that's good. So now that'll double my paint production. I can get rid of this because I don't need to paint the paint here. I don't know why I got rid of that bit of belt. Maybe that was just from the blueprinting, but we'll do that. Oh, and this needs to go over as well, because of course it does. This sort of thing is always fun. So we'll make that go up. Push it up like that. Then I remove that, and that, and go from there to there. And it actually works, which is rather almost surprising, but also nice. Okay, so there we go. That's doubled my paint throughput. So we'll actually maybe get these filled up at some point in the distant future. How are you filling up? Not very. Okay. Right. So now we should. What we've got the organic crystals flowing through here. So this is looking like we've got titanium crystals flowing through as well. This is quite exciting actually. It looks like I think I've not put any inserters in on my towers here. But apart from that, I've done pretty well. I've also not put in enough towers. These are all supposed to be stacks of 8, I think. Is that everything? Have they got the inserts on the other side? No. So I need in, out, in, out, in, out. There we go. Shake it all about. Right. I think. Well, we shall wait and see. But I think this is now everything in place. So we've got the paint machines working. We've got a decent flow of plastic coming out. It's not quite the the more or less full belt that I was hoping for. But that could just be because it hasn't quite got all the way around. It's only just got round all the way to the end of it. So I think there's a bit of filling up of buffers to do at the moment. Let's have a look over here. There's not. Oh. Nope. You need twice as much oil as you do other things. So this belt is one of those that needs to be doubled. So let's get rid of that. Put in a doubler here like this, and then green belts. Like that. There we go. Now we've got twice as much oil, refined oil coming out of there, so we should now be able to... we still haven't got any paint through. Actually, the paint not coming through is also going to cause some issues here. There'll be a bit of a gap in the plastic now, for the obvious reasons. The coal is not making it all the way along. The coal also needs to be doubled. There we go. It's double stacked coal coming out now. So now as this, yeah, again we need to now fill up the buffers. So as this runs along here, we're now bringing twice as much in, so we'll fill these up twice as quickly. This will start, hopefully, fairly quickly get all the way along to the end of here, and then we'll start having enough. Let's get rid of some of these extra belts just for the sake of tidiness, and keeping stuff in my inventory for later use. So, right, now all the machines have got some. So we should start to get, when this one gets to the end of the bus, we should essentially have now a solid belt of coal coming, or a practically solid belt of coal coming out. It doesn't have to be actually. Oh, but it is. Okay, that's well, no, it's not quite solid, but it's pretty close, which is what we expect at this point, because we're getting the multiplicative effects coming on in later. This then, we now need to wait basically for this to run all the way through the maze around here to get to the point where everything is running. Why are you running? I can't tell. Yes, it is. Okay, cool. So that that carbon is, yeah, the part of it where there's a bit more of it available on the belt, is coming around. It's getting around to about here now. So I would expect these to all start working pretty nicely quite soon. As you can see here, we've got nearly a full belt of plastic coming out, so that's about what we expect, especially as we haven't got the paint coming through here properly yet. We haven't got as much of it as we need. Oh, can I put? I think I had some in my inventory. Yes, I do. I'll put a load of it on here manually, just to get rid of it out of my inventory as well, and that'll also get the paint into the. Hopefully, fill up all of the buffers along here. How many? How is that? 46 left. This is where I try and wear my mouse out. I'm nearly there now, so I'm about to finish off. Right, there we go. So that's put enough in here now that all of these are painting. So this will give us a little bit of a boost as well, at least once it eventually trickles through. The carbon along here, I feel like it's not quite. It's making it pretty close to the end. So that's probably down to needing to get the extra 20% through. So yeah, if we get 20% more carbon through, then we'll have plenty for all of this. And so this is now basically a full belt of plastic coming in here. So we've got a decent chunk of this coming out. I don't know whether it's the right amount or not. It's not making it all the way up here, but then there's been a lot of interrupts in the supply. But we do have some yellow science coming out. It's not coming out as fast as I would expect it to be, but I think we need it to work its way through gradually. The paint hasn't stopped. It is still being made. The problem is we're using paint for quite a lot of things over here. And the thing is, these paint cans take a long time to fill up. So yeah, it's taking a little while. We're not getting a buffer. We don't seem to be getting much of a buffer forming along here. In fact, yeah, this paint can here is almost empty from the amount of coal that's been going through. Let's get rid of this. I said let's get rid of this for now. And this way, all the paint that's being produced in this system is going to be going into the yellow science at least. So hopefully, we'll get a bit more coming out here. It feels like it's all just going into the splitter and disappearing. Now I'm pretty sure that means it's actually going this way. Let's take the priority off. Well, no, priority off. There we go. We'll see if that's manageable. No, I think we need to be producing more paint. The paint seems to be insufficient for our painting purposes. That's crazy. Okay, well I'll need to do something about that then. But over here, how are things going? That belt is now, yeah, that's getting nearly all the way to the far end, so that's doing pretty well. It takes, the thing is, with all these things, it takes quite a long time for it to propagate through. But actually, we don't have remotely enough of these science machines here. So all this is eventually going to back up as all the buffers fill up. Actually, that's really good. So now I'll go and get some more of the science machines. By the time I come back, all the buffers are going to be full. I can put in some more. I'll put in a bit more paint assembly, and then put in more of the matrix lab facilities to make more of the science. And then, yeah, then I think we should be cooking with paint. A stack of 50 will be fine, thank you. Since we wanted what, 40, wasn't it? I think for these ones, because it takes 8 seconds per. So yeah, 40. I'll put these down. I'll make sure it looks like it's sort of vaguely. Well, I'll put these down. I'll see if it's vaguely working. I won't spend much time and effort on trying to make it work if it isn't, because I need to get to bed now. Oh yeah, I have to go to the office tomorrow as well. Oh well. Right, so keep flying. Just because I pressed the buttons doesn't mean you get to stop. Right, so these are 5 stacks of 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 4, 7, 8. 8. There we go. Massive stacks. Excellent. Right, and these will now fill up, and we'll just have this massive glowing yellow wall of productivity over here. I wonder, are these? How's that got a single tick on it? I'm not using. Oh, it's because some of them have though. Okay, yeah, some of the stuff in it has been upgraded, some of it hasn't, which is a bit of a worry because it all should have been. But no. Some of these are sneaking through without getting painted. What? How's that happening? The hell? There's enough paint in it to do lots and lots of painting. So I don't know why some of these are sneaking through without getting paint on them. Answers on a postcard, because I'm rather curious about that, because that's a worry. But okay, so yeah, we've got this full wall here. This whole thing is now all singing, all dancing. That's working really nicely. We've got buffers, stuff going in here relatively slowly, so it's all buffered up nicely. That's, yeah, going well there, I think. It does, I mean, with the fact that I've now just started pulling stuff through a bit harder, means that we're going to start using up everything. I think I do need another couple of these painting stations across here. So let's be lazy about this. Let's just fill in the ground. Fill in the lake rather. Like that. And then if I come along here, if I cut out one of these bits of belt like that, if I now do a copy of that, I think there's enough overlap there. If I now take that and say yes, I just want to use it now, I don't want to save that one. I want to put it there. I know it overlaps, that's the whole point of why I'm doing this. And again like that. I can build this all up. There's a lot of diamonds backed up. Have I got the maths wrong? Maybe. Got 2 machines making diamonds because not you. Paint requires paint requires 1 diamond and 2 basic paints, and every second, and it takes 2 seconds to make a diamond. Oh, because these machines are slower. That's why. As this is same mistake I was making earlier. Okay, that's fine. I understand why. But that does mean that 1 wouldn't be enough, but 2 is slightly too much. That's fine though. What? No, that. There we go. Okay, so what? Firstly, why did that? And secondly, why doesn't this? Why not? Why haven't you just linked those two together to be helpful? There we go. Bring out the coal. Yeah, okay. Maybe I cut it back, so maybe I didn't copy quite enough of it. That is possible. So that's going to double the amount of paint that I'm producing again. So that should now give me a decent supply of it flowing through, and we should be able to then fit all of this up. Um, yeah, it might do. I'll go over there and check that in a minute to make sure that we're getting. I mean, it is all working, so I think we're okay there. And we have a practically full or yellow belt, in fact, practically full belt coming out, which is the target. So that seems to be all right. Paint is now, well, we're a bit short of it over here, but it's coming through faster than it's being used. So now I think the paint is now okay. It's being allowed all the way through down here. Everything has some. Oh no, except that one. Except the water. Is that the water? No, it's not water. That's one of the titaniums. Okay, so this is going to take a little while to refill all of the paint along there. I think it's probably going to be enough. If not, I might need to just sort of create a mirror image of all of this on the other side. What's interesting is we are now turning basically an entire belt of coal into paint. Now, ooh, and it's not enough. Jeez. It is just about enough. It is just enough. Okay, that's a lot of coal being turned into paint. I mean, this thing is getting through massive quantities of coal. Because there's so many belts. There's like a double stack belt there, a double stack belt there. There's 5 belts of coal being taken out of this tower. That's a lot. But the logistics bots do seem to be keeping up. I'm going to raise this a chunk though, because to 5,000, I think. Look at all the bots on their way now. Because I just want to make sure there's enough buffer in there because we're getting through a lot of that. We're building up a supply. We've now got 1,600 of the yellow science made, so that's good. That's working well. I need to now go over at some point and rip up the yellow science production facilities in the other areas, off the bus, and start using these up. But I'll leave that for next week, because I think this has now reached quite a good point. Oh, we've run out of oil. I mean, that was, I'm not going to say it was inevitable, but running out of oil was somewhat expected, I think. So, okay. Well, it's nice that things have sort of basically worked, but it's a shame we've ripped through the entire available, all the coal's coming in there, that's fine. Ripped through all of the available oil and rather quickly, and it's just now just not going to work. So, okay. Well, that's fine. It means I've built up a system, and I found where the problem in it is. Oh, how much coal is left on the planet? That's a good question. I can find out by going to here and going 8 million. 8.5 million coal. So quite a lot. I think I'm going to be okay for local coal supplies for a good while on this planet. In fact, actually, let's have a look at some of the other. Sorry, yes, I did notice you asked earlier, Gord. I just completely, I saw it and then completely got distracted by something else and completely forgot. I do apologise. Iron is quite good. Copper is a bit of a worry because that's dropping quickly, and I think I might need to start getting copper from another planet. But that's getting copper from another planet isn't going to be too bad. There is one of these. I think it was a leaf of 4. It's a Scarlet Ice Lake planet. Apparently that has 15 million copper, so that's going to be okay. We'll just go out there and start harvesting that when we need it. Stone and coal both seem to be okay, pretty okay, I'd have said. Yeah. Otherwise, we've got 44 crude oil per second apparently. Yeah, so I need more oil processing. I'm not surprised. I was pretty sure the oil was going to be a problem. As I think I said earlier, right at the beginning of the episode, we're bringing it in as fast as it's being made, I'm sure, but it's just not being made fast enough, and we're using it up at a hell of a rate because somebody thought it'd be a good idea to try and do 5 science per second. So yeah, that's kind of expensive. But I mean, that's how these factory games work, isn't it? You go, well, I want to make this much, and then you go and you build up all the infrastructure for it, and then you realise you don't have any of the supplies, so you go off and you build up some more of it. So yeah, I'd say that's going as well as could be expected, and I'm pretty happy with this assembly. It felt like when it was for the brief moment that it was actually running flat out, it felt like it was working pretty well, and everything seemed to be going at about the right sort of speed. So I'm cautiously optimistic. So I think I'm going to call the stream there. If you're a Factorio fan as well, make sure you come along. You're on the Discord and you've signed up for the Factorio Rocket Race Challenge that I'm going to be running on the 15th of October. That should be good fun. But it's going to be sort of making a rocket as quickly as you can. But it's going to take. I wouldn't expect it to take more than an hour or two, because there's some funny rules to make it easier and also to make it harder. But I think it's going to be quite interesting. I'm looking forward to that. So please come along, sign up for that. Just ask anyone with any of the admins to add you to the group. Maybe check out the sponsor of the video. That's trefoil.be. Use the code LaurencePlays on checkout to get 20% off server hosting for these sort of games. The yellow science is not going anywhere yet. No, it's just being accumulated in here for the time being. One of the things I'm going to do, basically at the start of the next session, is to pull up this. No, that's purple. This facility here that's doing essentially what I'm doing over there. So all of this can come up, rip it out, and we're not actually even doing any science at the moment. So this is all a bit unnecessary. So yeah, I'll pull that up. I'll look into making some more oil, and we'll see how things go from there. And presumably, if I look in this tower, we'll see that there is no oil here. Stop. Just bring that up. And loads of hydrogen. So yeah, we need another oil processing facility somewhere, I think. Yeah, I'll get that. I'll get that set up. It's fine. I just haven't yet, basically. Yeah, so check out the sponsor. Come back on. Let's see what's that. So what we got? What have we got upcoming on the channel? On Friday, yeah, Friday there'll be the first. Friday will be the first half of the Factorio update video from the last stream. Saturday will be the second half of it because with 4 people playing, there's a lot to talk about. Sunday will be the catch-up video for this stream, so that's going to tell you all the stuff you've already been watching in no doubt in some sort of gratuitous detail. Sunday will also probably have a GTA live stream, so I don't know how many people we're going to have turning up to play, but if we've got enough to play, we've got some stuff we want to test and experiment with and make sure it works to make making videos easier. But also we're going to have a live stream of playing Manhunt Checkpoint on live, which is always good fun because you guys can come up and suggest crazy ideas for me to try and do as I'm driving around the city. Then Monday will be the Factorio Space Exploration and Crastorio 2 stream, the multiplayer one, and then on Tuesday there's a video coming out which gives some more information and help with spaceships in Factorio Space Exploration because apparently there wasn't quite enough detail in my last video, so I'm going to try and improve that. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you come back for all of the stuff that's looming and pending, and I hope you've enjoyed the stream. Thank you again, and I'll see you next time. Good night, everyone.